Alright, mates. Hold on to your knickers. It's time to go, innit? Alright. How's everybody doing? You what? You muppet. What's that? Oh, what do you got for me? Okay, click that off. How are you guys doing? Forgive me for being a little late. No excuse. I was playing chess until like 6 in the morning. After streaming for 15 hours. Yeah, that probably wasn't a good idea. Yeah, in hindsight, I'm gonna go ahead and say that that was a bad idea. Yeah. Was it 3D chess? No. No. No, it wasn't. You should try TFT. What did you say about my mom? Was it 5D chess? No, it was just 2D. It was just, well, no, it would have been 3D chess, but it was on a 2D screen. I would like to move up to 7D intergalactic chess at some point. I have a question though. This is a dumb chess question. I keep cornering the AI's king, and the game keeps calling it a draw, which is maybe I'm just not good at this. So this is a chess stream now. I don't ever remember saying that, Cajun, but all right. Team fight tactics. It's an auto chess, but not like real chess. If the king can't move, it's a draw. Isn't that just called checkmate? Draw happens when the AI has no available moves but isn't in check. Oh, okay. You have to put him in check and he can't move. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Like the vast majority of my games end in draws, which is not... Yeah. That's probably not a good thing. Anyway, let's take a look. What do we got here? Oh, we got the desktop still up there. That's good. It takes skill to stop a draw. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say like 80... I'd say like 80% of my games end in draws. Like, and then maybe 10% of them I was winning. And then maybe... No, I wasn't losing 10%. I lost like 2 games out of like 20. Yeah, well, actually, yeah, it's close. Yeah, no, boring. It's fun. Really exercises the mind. Really gets your noggin jogging. All right, let's see what we got. Last night's launch at Crew 3 is seen from Slick 40. Falcon 9 completed a static fire test this morning ahead of tomorrow's targeted launch of 53 Starlink satellites. Weather is 60% favorable for liftoff. Layoffs? Hey, this shot does not suck. You blew it! Yeah, 2 out of 20. I was losing 10%. Nice. Link, please, to tweet. He said. There you go. That's a sweet picture. Hello. It'll be that booster's 11th flight? Dude, I'm not 100% sure on that one. Hang on, let me take a look. Does Pat have the booster core figured out? No. Just wanted to TP save the picture. Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea, LTO. Let's go into my... Where's the Falcon research pictures? There we go. Perfect. .9 for the mission. Okay. You know, like, I'll say it once, dude. I'll say it, dudes. I'll say it again. And the Falcon 9 architecture is pretty damn good. You know, if there's ever somebody to make a case for an Earth Orbit Rendezvous lunar architecture, Falcon is pretty damn good architecture for that, because crew launch, cargo launch, you can stage them literally next to each other, which is, it's pretty damn impressive, man. I mean, like, this is like, I said this the other day, like, Starship notwithstanding, that's still pretty insane. Like, even if SpaceX wasn't working on Starship things, this is still pretty damn cool. This is better than some dumb Starlinks, though. Huh? Oh, no, yeah, no, this is great. The Pathfinder. Yeah, that's progress, man. We're starting to see some progress from them. Chad, I just saw a headline from a startup that's going to use a centrifugal launcher. They ain't a startup, Riz. That's Spin Launch. Well, they are a startup, but startup, like, okay, they're like they're into like Series D funding or something. They gotta be, because I drove by Spin Launch on Route 154. I drove by, dude. Just, I'll show you. They got a big frigging factory down there. So Spin Launch is past like initial startup. They have working prototypes, which is like, I don't know how to feel about that. Recent Crew 3 alert: GPS 3 system failed, and they are investigating with they have two other backup GPS systems on board. Okay. Thanks for the clue in. Yeah, Spin Launch has a big frigging factory down there. And it's kind of cool because Spin Launch is like right next to these guys over here. There are some names here you might know. I drove the truck through here. Route 154 truck. Right next to Rocket Lab and Virgin Orbit. But, yeah, they're doing some things. He probably is what drummer boring. I know boring in real life. He's fine. Yeah, no, it's probably right from the NASA cast. They do have big investors. They have Google. Google backed them. No joke. Yep. So that should tell you everything you need to know. Who's Google? Goggles? Anyway. Are we gonna get into some KSP? KSP? Yes? No? Maybe? Sorry, I'm just looking at all the planes around Long Beach now. Relativity bought this building right here. It says building 4654. That's where Boeing and McDonnell Douglas prior made C-17s. Relativity bought that whole thing, an entire airplane assembly facility. I do the same thing, but with Air Force bases. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. This part of California is pretty cool, man. Long Beach is pretty neat. Look at this nerd doing nerd things. Look at this ninja doing non-sneaky things. What's up, man? Alright. feeling better after yesterday? Oh, everything all right? Blue Origin had another picture. And it was a picture for to tell about Veterans Day, but it showed a picture inside here. Take a look. They moved the Pathfinder out to Slick 36 today, so that's pretty cool. Just don't look at the comments. Oh, this isn't too bad. I looked at the trap, Ray. Huh. That's not bad. I like where Blue Origin is going. Singularity, I wasn't making it up when I said I think they're turning over a new leaf. It's no it's no surprise when, you know, like Jeff Bezos says he's going to step down from the CEO of Amazon, fly into space, and then promptly say he's going to focus more on space. I said this like 5 months ago, like when he flew into space, that like we're going to start seeing Blue Origin be a little more hands-on. You're going to start seeing a lot of progress from them over the course of the next year. I said that 5 months ago. They're doing fit checks, something like that. Yeah. So how is the payload changeout going to work? On the pad like the small fry? Facility out of render range is what we're opting for, Loopy, I think. Yeah, let's go over here. Alright, let's do this. Alright. Hey, Everest. Big hanger or something more skeletal like the MDD? Well, Loopy, I had an idea. Ant helped me kind of come up with this. So what I'm thinking about doing here is basically making a carbon copy of the pad and then modifying it in a way to be more useful for like fitment checks. Excuse me, sorry about that. So what does that mean? It's kind of not gonna be like anything. The MDD idea kind of worked, but the problem is when you try to dock something on something that's compressing landing gear, i.e. the SSTO sitting on the ground, it's gonna spring out of control. We know that. Like we knew that was gonna happen. So, like I didn't even bother testing it. Anth went and did the testing, and it did spring out of control, like almost immediately. So, come on, boys. Come on. Turns out that if you don't rest your voice when you get laryngitis, it takes a second for it to come back. Funny story. So, I was thinking make like kind of a bay. So kind of like a hanger, and the hanger will have a base plate of prefamulated amulite. No, it'll have a base plate that the SSDO we can move it in, and we can back it up and dock it right to the pad, right to the base plate, and then have the crane move independently of this base plate. So It's basically like the small SSTO, but not. Understand? I just need something for the SSTO to anchor to that's not sprung weight, that's not on landing gear. And then having the crane move interdependently of it, we can use our same hierarchy. We can use the same hierarchy setup that we did with the small SSTO's pad, minus the robotics, right? And it should work just fine. The flowers have arrived. Hey. Good. Integrated a separate facility with a fixed pad that doesn't pivot. You got it, boss. Who'd have thought? Never heard anybody say that before. I see what you did there. How about that, how about that? Crew 3 launch yesterday. Alex, bonjour. Comment ça va? Alright, so let's get... How about that? Très bien. Et toi? Très bien. I got it. I got it. Merci. Yeah, I know what it means. I know what it means. I know. Nope. No parle anglais. Français. Okay? When in doubt, just repeat the other person. He said, I know what he said. Damn it! Je ne parle pas anglais. I don't speak English. Yeah. No parlor view! Alright, anyway. Let's go. So, where's the pad? The main French I knew was I don't know, so I could dodge any question thrown at me when a teacher picked on me. I don't know that, mate. Was the teacher asking, what is your name? What is your name? What is your quest? What is the SP quality of a swallow? I smell Google Translate. African or European? I don't know that. Oh! I am an enchanter. Some people call me Tim. The best part about that is that dude forgot his lines, so he's just like, some people call me Tim. We are the knights who say no. All right, how are we gonna do this? Are you living in a van down by? I'm tired of living in a van down by the river. 'Tis but a scratch. A scratch? Your arm's off. No, it isn't. What's that then? I've heard worse. You lie. Come on, you pansy. You speak 4 languages, Everest? What's allemand? Allemand Mao plus something bad? English, Malvese, Russian, and Malva? I don't know what. Allemand is German. Ah. Okay. See, Alex, I can understand decently enough French if I read it. If you spoke to me too fast, I'd be like, eh. But that's because I took Spanish in school, and they're both they're Romance languages. Like it's Italian, Spanish, French, a little bit of Portuguese. It's all, they're all derived from that's Latin, right? And English is Germanic, right? So, like I can get bits and pieces, but I get bits and pieces of a lot of languages, you know? Like, morning, good launch yesterday. Hoping for a good doc today. Yep. Best thing I can say in French is I don't speak French, I speak English. Okay. Oral French is a different animal, especially since we tend to use a lot of tenses at once. Yeah, the pronunciation is always what throws me. So like Renault, Citroën, Peugeot. Because in English it's Peugeot. Okay. I speak English with a French accent. Does that count? That's a little strange. It's a little strange. It's a little strange. That's a little weird. And it's, Alex, it's not like I can't go and practice French. Like, I mean, well, I can't go right now, but Montreal is like 6 hours away. Like, that's not that far. I used to go up there for the Formula 1 races, you know, when the world wasn't so crazy, right? And I would... I could get around. No problem. I even fooled some people into speaking French with me, and then I'm like, sorry, I don't speak French. They're like, what? Really? I'm like, yeah. It's like that scene in Family Guy. Haha, that was really good. But it's not me llamo es Brian, it's me llamo Brian. Wow, you speak really good English. Yeah, I can only speak English with this sentence and the last one that I said. Really? Okay. This is a cool design, thanks. Lots of flame. The way you say citron. Or lemon. Yeah, no, so whenever I try to learn a language, I try to get the accent. I try to get the accent right. Because if you can get the accent right, you can get the pronunciations right. And if you can get the pronunciations right, then you can understand the language correctly. That's how, it's like doing an impression. It's like doing an impression. Once you get the tone down, that is only half the battle. The other half is talking like the character in question. See? Same thing. It looks like we're cash-strapped again. What's the mission? We gotta make the pad. We're not cash-strapped at all, Pilch. Oh, no. We ain't cash-strapped at all, dude. That's profit, baby. I have one of these sitting out on the runway. Actually, number 9 is sitting out on the runway after flying two successful missions. So, Pilch, this money is with the big SSTO's launch pad out, jet truck, and the SSTO out on the runway. We're going to build out this pad today. You're in the south, Alex? That's what you just said, right? Je suis du Sudio? Sudio? That's not how you say south. No, you said it right. I didn't say it right. Alright, let's do this. Sorry, just gotta get warmed up. I gotta warm up the voice and stuff, because we got a lot of talking to do. We gotta finish this. We're building a new pad, not a gantry crane system? Oh, we're building a gantry crane system, Pilch. Here's the live stream timestamp for the GPS call out. Boring, I believed you. I believed you the entire time, dude. Oh yeah, we good, man. We good. I'm a southerner, yeah. The way I wrote sud is because southern people tend to put a lot of ugh sounds at the end of words, which is quite funny for the northerners. Alright, one last thing before we jump in. Alright. Hey, Matt, what's going on? Thanks, just wanted to properly source it as we go off hard data. That's fair. Wait, so, Alex, what, did you say Montpellier? Or Montpellier? So, over here? Okay. And then Marseille, Toulon, and then Toulouse is over here. Look for Marseille. Okay. Ooh. Bro. Huh. Cool. And how far are you away from... Huh. How did you know? How did you know what I was gonna say? My mind still doesn't grasp very well that Monaco is a place that exists. How far west do you think the Crew 1 second stage burn was visible? I had a big hill in the way, or Crew 3 train man, right? To the west near Pittsburgh, so I couldn't get a good look. You would have, from Pittsburgh you would have seen it. It would have been low on the horizon, but Pittsburgh is hilly, I know that. Alex, you know what the funniest part? You know what the funniest part about Monaco is? All right, we'll get back into Kerbal. Like, whenever I watch the Monaco GP and the Crown Prince of Monte Carlo comes out, and he's wearing all his uniforms and stuff, and you expect him to talk like this. You expect him to be some crazy European aristocrat. Nope, he comes out and he talks like this. Hey, guys. Oh, wow, that was a really good Grand Prix race, wasn't it? I'm like... That's not the voice I was expecting coming out of you. Right, that was a really good race. Okay. Like, what? So, an American married into the Monaco, Grace Kelly, an actress, married to Prince of Monaco or whatever. Not whatever. It's very disrespectful. So yeah, they all talk like this. Nice. Right next to Monte Carlo, to Monaco is Cannes, by the way, one of Thales' main sites. Well, the reason I even brought it up, Alex, because I was just wondering, because where my family comes from is not that far away from. I mean, it's probably far away in European distances, but it's not far away in American distances. So, like, you're over here. My family comes from here. That's where my family originated from. I mean, they jumped ship when Europe went a little crazy about 70 years ago. They jumped ship. They were like, nah, never mind. I'm out. It's a good 150 Ks. Ah, that's 100 miles. That's not that far at all. Bro, I was cranking out 100-mile stretches on Route 154 like it was nobody's business. I drove 300 miles in one day up to Vandenberg and back. No problem. But see, there's this thing, though. There's these mountains that are kind of in the way. From the frontier. Someone on Reddit posted a 1,200-mile road trip where you never leave Florida. Let me guess. Pensacola to Jacksonville to Key West, back up to Miami, across the Everglades, Fort Myers, Sarasota, Tampa, Panama City, back to Pensacola. That's about 1,200 miles. Florida's huge. Way bigger than you think it is. It was 1,200 one way? Wow. That's crazy, dude. Yeah, Alex, you want to see something crazy? There's a road that goes from Orlando International Airport in Florida, right? This is where I used to live down here. There's a road called SR 528. 528 is straight for about 80 kilometers. Dead straight. Dead straight. No turns. Nothing. It's a straight line out to Kennedy Space Center. And then the road splits. And then it goes on even straighter roads. Was it built for the space program? Farming. Farming. A lot of farming used to happen in Florida. Farming and logging. Yeah. You can see where the grids were set up for farming. We had this... The states had this thing called the Frontiers Act, Alex, in the 30s, where they paid people to go and farm out on all the land that the U.S. acquired, right? So, like, they paid people to go and farm out U.S. territories. This goes way back. Like, this is old, very old. So they paid people to spread out. And yeah, a lot of the infrastructure, a lot of the early infrastructure in a lot of states is for agriculture. In Florida, it was logging, sugarcane and oranges. Yeah. Yeah, the Homestead Act, not the Frontiers Act. Thank you. Yeah, that was like that was like the 1860s. Yeah. So, that's the highway that the Brightline building, it's right a ways along. That's correct, Train Man. Yep. Hey, DeJong, what's up? So, yeah, they paid people to go, and France did something similar with colonies, if I'm remembering right. But that's a lot of colonial history that I've kind of disregarded. All right, so how are we going to do this, chat? Yeah, I got you, Alex. Eventually, as farmland widened down for the lower class, the village grew new actual streets and infrastructures. Playing cities in real life, man. Hell of an incentive kick. Okay. I'm gonna need some coffee here. We need to find a way to build a structure that can accept the SSTO, but it'll accept the SSTO in a way where this thing will dock and then it won't touch the ground, but it'll be anchored to a building that is touching the ground. Not with the ground anchors, just a big anchor. Did we do away with the undertruck for the SSTO? No, Pilch, I haven't. I just haven't implemented it yet. I put the jet truck on because I didn't have the rest of the payload changeout infrastructure figured out. In fact, if we want to go grab the SSTO, if we want to go grab number 9 because it's sitting out there, if we want to go grab it, we can with the truck so we can move it around. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, Alex, yeah. Not a high point in human history, I would say. Going to the moon, though, that was pretty good. Not related. I'm trying to change the subject. Where's the truck? Oh, it's up at the top. Yeah, it's up here. Here we go. It's not up here. That's the shuttle one. I didn't rename it. Huh. 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 Interesting kick. And then the robotics pilch, if we do that, just drift out of the way, dude. Nah, can't do that way. I wish. The jacks can hold it up. We did test that. But I don't want to dock stuff when the jacks are under load. Now, if we want to have the truck like move up into position and dock, I don't mind doing that. That's a good idea. I just gotta find the right piece. I want to get this stuff done because I want to launch stuff out to the goddamn moon soon. Thanks, Singularity. I appreciate it. Guys, I want to apologize for lack of Kerbal play lately. I've just, yeah, we've been just kind of into other stuff. You know? I'm just into playing, like, Satisfactory. Like, the Satisfactory thing, like, making the trains and stuff is really fun. But, you know, there is a couple more goals to overcome, and then we can get back to running regular missions pretty much all the time. But I do enjoy playing Satisfactory. It is quite fun. I'm really enjoying building out the oil infrastructure and stuff. But I'm foreseeing some pretty insane demand problems for late game that we're probably going to have to figure out. But we will build that bridge, not cross it, when we come to the gap. Well, no, King. Yeah, I know people say it's my stream, etc., but you know, I didn't. Dude.
Discovery, go at throttle.
That's how it works, but it's also, that's not how it works, man. Like, you guys help build the stream. You guys help build the community. And there's an expectation there. There's an expectation that I can play Kerbal because that's what you guys are supporting me for. Right? Like, you know, you don't go to a pizza place and you go, hey, I'd like one pizza. And they go, oh, we don't serve pizza anymore. This is a Chinese food place now. That's not how that works at all. So we got a couple more bridges to overcome here, a couple more hurdles to overcome with KSP, getting the SSTO program ready to go. But once we get it ready to go, I'm gonna start playing this game a lot. Pilch, it's pretty much the small SSTO's pad, minus the rotating bits. That's it. This is a Mexican food place now, Demon. That's correct, Chief. Yeah, it's good to find a balance, but yeah, KSP is still my KSP and space stuff. That's my brand. My brand. Well, Jack, I want to unlock the nuclear stuff so we can go have fun with that and then make fun of it for how unrealistic it is. Demon's like, nah. Oh, Damon, can I interest you in a spot of tea, mate? Can I interest you in a spot of tea? Maybe that'll get you to stay. Just kidding. Threw it in the harbor. This is coffee. Adios, man. Nerva is my waifu. Interest you in a spot of tea? Actually, the Philly cheesesteak place here on Main Street. What are you saying, Libby? The Philly cheesesteak place here on Main Street in Titusville shut down, and now it's a snooty cafe where everything costs like $10. Hipsters, man, am I right? Actually, you know what, Luffy? It isn't hipsters. It's normies. Even worse. Normies. What are the pistons on the side of the truck for? Pilch, those are the jacks to lift the entire thing up. No reeing. No reeing. Just normies, right? Coffee shops are the EA of business. Okay, Loopy. It's a snooty cafe. Alright, so how much is like... What kind of cafe is it? The cheesesteak place ruled. Okay. They were expensive, but you enjoyed them. Paradise Bistro or something? Okay. Paradise Bistro is a place that sounds like they serve like continental food, right? It sounds like they serve like burgers and fries, but they call it like, they call like French fries, they call French fries like, oh, we have truffle fries with Parmesan cheese sprinkled on the top. And then they charge like $15 for that. Is my finger on the pulse there, Loop? They only just put up their menu last night. They're not open yet, but they're working on it. Oh yeah, Alex, dude, it's some, oh, so fancy. Oh, my name is Joffrey F. Biggleton III. Like, yeah. Look at this. I'm going to ruin a hamburger by putting some garlic aioli on it. Dude, I just want a burger with cheese on it. It's not complicated. No, you'll have to have the special pickled burger fries. In all fairness, truffle fries are delicious. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. You're not wrong. Alright. Garlic aioli is good, though. That's not the point, guys. Brimo, that's not the point. The point is they're trying to play it up. Alright? We see that stuff all the time around here. They're trying to play it up. They're trying to be oh so fancy. Like the pizza store that's down the street from us. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Alright? It's a pizza place, alright? But it's trying to look like some bistro Italian. Have I ever told you about the Doylecourt Opera Company? I'll take a Royale with cheese. Hell yeah. Check out the big brain on Brett. In the words of Gordon Ramsay, anyone can make a 150-pound burger with a gold leaf on top of it. I'm interested in a 20-pound burger, which is expensive because we used better meat, better cheeses, and better bread. Dude, I made a Gordon Ramsay burger once. Like he had a recipe of, and I looked it up. I'm like, all right, let's see if he knows what's good. It was good. It was good. It was really good. It was a good burger. Yeah, no joke. So I like pan-seared the patty and stuff, and then like, don't get me wrong. This is not good for you. This is not healthy foods. I pan-seared it, and then I put butter on it, and the butter, like, he said, like, just put a little bit of butter on the top of it when it's, like, 90% of the way there, and the butter, like, seeps into the burger. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm like, damn, dude. I would have never thought to use butter like that. That was, yeah, it was very good. Very, very good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Not healthy food, says the American. Yeah. Nothing that we do is healthy for here, Thomas. I'm not even... But, see, that's the most American thing ever. I ain't gonna apologize for it. Yeah, our food ain't healthy. Big whoop. In other news, Americans like oil. Thanks for that one. Like, you didn't say anything new. Yeah, you butter it up, man. Hey, Big Beat, 17-month resub. All right, so we just got to do a little bit of this here. All right, so now what we got to do is put the jacks down. Dude, it was, yeah, no, Gordon Ramsay knows what's good. There is another chef that I actually have been, there's another chef that he's not as well known as Gordon Ramsay, that I've been using recipes. We drifted a little bit, hold on. Nah, I'm trying to get that on. Nope, not aligned. Gotta go back down. There is another chef that I've been paying attention to. It's just a guy on YouTube. Guy's name is Billy Parisi. He's a chef from Detroit. I made his stir fry recipe the other day, and once again, he posts all of his stuff on YouTube. Like, he doesn't put his content behind a paywall because he doesn't believe in doing that. So I liked him instantly. Yeah, I made a stir fry recipe from him the other day, and damn, it was good. That's how I season all my steak that way now. You better not say Jamie all, Geeson, think of the children though. The children are not eating the healthy snacks. No. Oh, they're not eating the healthy snacks. No. Oh, just think of the children. Think of them. Check out Heston Blumenthal. Take a chef and an engineer, and you get Heston. Like that. Like that. I need to do more Kenji recipes. Chef on YouTube that has a ton of good recipe videos. Dude, yeah, Loopy, you know what the cool thing is? That's like, you know, people bash, like, stuff, but YouTube is, like, you know, we make fun of YouTube, right? Like, I get it, because we're on Twitch, right? But, man, that's super freaking useful. Like, you can look up anything you want and get a good recipe for anything. Do we get it? Come on, baby. Stick. Yes. Shut the cals off. Take the alignment jack. Move the alignment jack down. Main jacking array. GS1 Pathfinder just passed the VAB. Cool. Sorted food. Gotcha, Seb. What do we got, dudes? Let me see. You know what? People are gonna say, it's only a model. I don't care. I don't give a frick. I don't care if it's only a model. We got a GPS failure on board Endurance. I heard about it, yeah. Boring helped me out with it. I do not. Yeah, it does look like Legos, Jackal. That's weird. Catch you last. What's up, man? He does brilliant stuff, okay?
Welcome.
Akis Petrazikis. That's very Greek. Very Greek. Petrazikis. Yeah, no, that's very Greek. Very Greek. Not that that's a bad thing. Greek Mediterranean food is very underrated. Facts. Euros are delicious. You could eat those all day. You know what this picture reminds me of, guys? That shot of when the Saturn V was sitting in this parking lot after the Apollo program got canned. There's a shot of a Saturn V with Enterprise right next to it. You guys remember the shot? He is Greek, but does some damn good stuff. Tessa, Greek food is good. I don't know if he does Greek food, but I believe you. I'll look it up. Used to get those from Arby's. Oh, crap. No. Arby's, bro. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm sure the Arby's one is good, but you have to get real Greek food. Real Greek food made by real Greeks. Just like, you can go to a pizza place, right? Or you can go to a real Italian restaurant. That's the difference here. Yeah, Alex, I'm with you. Why are they taking it down that road? It doesn't take them to Complex 36. The causeway. Too heavy. Can't cross the causeway. Spanakopita. Yeah. Electron, I like baklava. That corner store that I always, when I'm telling my life story, that corner store that I worked at was owned by Greeks. Oh, yeah. Off the boat. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, dude, I'm freaking...
Did you eat the last of the stir fry?
No.
Oh.
No, I didn't. It's still there.
Discovery,
I didn't touch it. I left it for you. Well, look harder. Greek families like to eat. As an Italian, I agree with you. Last for the picture. Oh, yeah. There's the picture. Thanks, Thomas. Funky Punk. Yeah, see? It reminds me of that image. That's one of the only pictures I can remember of a space shuttle, and a Saturn V being right next to each other. This is as close as we got to Saturn's shuttle, dudes. This was as close as we got. Not sure why they're taking it that way, but all right. Well, it's weight, guys. Guys, weight. I'll tell you, weight is the reason. All right, so look. Florida has very mushy soil. Everybody knows this. It's a swamp. Anybody that lives there can confirm. Where's Blue Origin's factory? I mean, Blue Origin's factory is in this plot of land. This is a really old picture at this point. This picture's from probably 5-6 years ago. The OneWeb factory isn't even built. That's where all the OneWeb satellites are made, by the way. They're made in KSC Park, the industrial park. Look at the back entrance to KSCVC isn't even there yet. That picture's got to be from 2013 or something. Because that's what it looks like now. And yeah, see, Blue Origin built the second factory down here. What are you doing in my swamp? So, where do you take it? Not sure why they're taking it that way. How else are you going to get to LC-36? Their pad is over here. So the quick and easy route, you would think, is go this way. Across the NASA Causeway. That bridge can't hold that booster up. Not a chance in hell. No way. No. False. It's fiction. We made it up. Remember, that's a mass simulator. This weighs as much as a New Glenn. A New Glenn booster is supposed to weigh. It's a Pathfinder. Pathfinder is an exact weight and shape replica of the real booster, right? It's weight. You can't move it this way. You can't move it across the causeway. That bridge would collapse. That's why they're moving it past the VAB. Total fabrication. So they went up here, down here, past OSB 2, which is where that picture was taken. Somebody was standing on top of Operations Support Building 2 when the thing went by. It went down here, Down the crawlerway, which is certed, the crawlerway has a right-of-way that's certed for a lot more weight than just the New Glen booster, right? And then it went down here. They stayed on land. They stayed on the weight on the terrain that was graded correctly, because that thing can't make it across the bridge. Look, if like see right here, see that road? Why is that there? You know why that's there? To do stuff like this, to get heavy equipment down to the paths. That's why they put this relief road in here, because it's redundant. You'd see a curve intersection like this, and we're talking traffic now. We're talking city or civil engineering. You'd see something like this as a relief if people were trying to take a right-hand turn out of here. But it's not like this area is of high traffic. There isn't even any lines on the damn roads. Source, driven down these roads. But you see how they have it blocked off too? It's for moving heavy equipment down here because they can't move it across the causeway because of weight. So they have to stay on the roads that were graded for this kind of weight. There's the astronaut house. And then they're going to bring it past Slick 40, past Slick 41, all the way down this road, down here to Complex 36. Yeah, that's a long way. But you can't go south either. You know why you can't go south? Because south you have SR 528 meeting SR 401. Those bridges can't handle that weight. No way. And also, that's a high traffic road. Why would you do that? And then you have to go across the KSC locks as well. Keep it on land. It's easier. That's why they're going that way. SpaceX does the same when they transport from the hangar to Slick 40. Correct. What's with the shuttle outline? That's in the press site. Operations Support Building. It's a park. Dedicated to the shuttle program. They said it on the live stream, King. Boring Rocket has the source. But yeah, weight, guys. That's absolutely a thing in real life. Certain roads can't take certain weights. Have you ever noticed before you drive across the bridge, at least they do this in the States, there's a sign that says how much weight the bridge can handle? And it's like, same kind of thing as like the 11'8". Like there's markers that indicate how tall a tunnel is or a bridge is, or how much weight it can handle if you're going on the top, like across the bridge. Yeah, weight is a big thing. A lot of people don't realize that. Certain states have certain weight classes banned from certain roads. Like you can't drive a heavy truck down a residential road in some areas. Like it varies by state, but yeah, that's absolutely a big thing. That booster weighs a lot. That weighs as much as the real thing. You guys gotta remember, this thing is simulating the mass of 7 BE-4s. BE-4s are not small engines. They're about as big as a shuttle motor and about as heavy. Lots of bridges say vehicles over 5 tons gross vehicle weight use the right lane only. Yeah, man, I wish Gaw was here. Gaw works on highways. He would be able to help us out and explain it better than I could. Yeah, Grahi, look, if we're doing something like a warning sign about weights and bridges and stuff, you know the Europeans are too. There's the C-3PF over there. That's where the Starliner capsules are made. That's Space Shuttle old OPF 3, Orbiter Processing Facility 3. You can see it has a space shuttle shape. It has a space shuttle shaped hangar. What's the diameter of that booster? 22, 23 feet? Jim? 7 meter diameter. It's a beast, man. Dude, it is not a small rocket. So 7 times 3.3. 23 feet. Yeah. 0.23 kilofeet. Or no, 0.023 kilofeet. It seems like everybody forgot the fact that this was put out last year. GPS 3 is working again. It took a radiation. 1/10 of a meter a second. So it's 2 stories wide. Cloud Void. Yeah, look at the trucks. Hey, Focus ST, bro. Nice. Nice car. No, actually, is that an RS? That's an RS. Somebody at NASA has some real good taste. That thing is fast, man. That's a fast car. It's also yellow, so that's why it drew my attention. It's an RS, Dutch guy. That is a cool car, man. Dutch guy, I want an electric version of that. I want a Ford Focus ERS. If Ford made a Focus ERS and sold it in Europe, they would sell a bajillion of those things. Get a Crate E engine. It would fit. It would fit in this thing. Actually, Dutch guy, Ford actually hinted. They've hinted twice now. So, you were asking about that Crate engine the other day, right? Let's go back over here. You were asking about that Crate engine. Like, what does it come with? What does it come with? Like, does it come with this? Does it come with that, right? Ford hinted at something the other day. What they hinted at, dude, was not they never said what comes with the Crate engine, to be honest with you, which kind of sucks, but what they did say is this. Somebody suggested, like, hey, why don't you just sell that pickup truck wholesale? That's 79, right? So they have the 79 F100 with 600 foot-pounds of torque. It's a fully electric pickup truck, right? People said, why don't you just sell this? Just make that. And check this out. The CEO, Jim, frickin', here, I'll show you. He replied to him and he said, that's not a bad idea. We should do that. And don't get me wrong, that means dick, right? That means nothing. Like, okay, yeah, you said it was a good idea. That's good. And then Ford had... Oh, they retweeted Doug DeMuro's video. I saw that. The Maverick, dude, I don't hate it for what it's worth. The Maverick I don't hate. It's actually pretty neat. Pretty neat little car. It's a car with a pickup bed, but whatever. Where was it? Where was it? It's in here somewhere. He basically said, like, that's not a bad idea. We should do something like that. And then Ford's like actual account said, like, put out a poll or something. No, they put out a thread on Twitter and it said, what did it say? Like, if we were gonna bring back like an original car, like one of our original cars with electric motors in it, what would it be? And people were like, oh, you know, a 66 Mustang. And people were like, just make the pickup truck, right? And then some other folks were like, oh, an electric Bronco. And some other folks were like, oh, an electric Crown Vic, etc., etc. And they were like, this is a good idea. We should do this. We should do this. Yeah, that's a cool one. That would be really cool, wouldn't it? Now, don't get me wrong. They could just be trying to generate some hype for electric vehicles, which I don't have a problem with, right? But why would the CEO say, like, yeah, we should do that? And then they go starting threads about what classic Fords you would want an electric motor in. Why would you do that? Why would you do this? They replied to like everybody in that thread. The Ford Ford Actual, which is kind of weird. They're doing some product research. I'm pretty dang sure. Gravioli, I'm with you on that one. That 79 EV, if they just made that as a production vehicle, I would consider it. This thing, if they literally just made that, so that's a Mach-E. It's a Ford Mach-E with a 79 pickup truck chassis on top of it. If they made this and sold that as a vintage Ford production vehicle, I would consider buying one. I'm dead serious about that. Yeah, if they made this truck like this, yeah, I would consider buying it. I would trade the Mustang for that. Sure, that'd be awesome. One has to wonder if that vehicle in its config would pass all the new safety junk. It's a Mach-E underneath. I don't see why it wouldn't. That 79 truck does 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. Yeah, you know what the messed up part is about that, Forge? That's faster than anything from 1979. That's faster than a Formula 1 car from 1979. You'd buy a classic mini butt like that. You know what, Tessa? Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd prefer classic minis with ST-185 Celica motors in them. And all-wheel drive. Just saying. But yes, electric would be cool too. I hated that style decade trucks personally. The one that's really growing on me, Fistus, I mean, I like 3rd gens and 9th gens, but I also like 5th gen trucks too. So the trucks that they made from 67 to 77. That truck. I like those trucks. Those are nice trucks. Alright, so we got the recovery truck up. Like completely 79 or just the chassis with modern refinement? So that, once again, Endo, the Mach-E, the Mach-E is built with subframes, so the entire front of the Mach-E can drop down, the power pack, like a Tesla. Same with the back, right? So they have a frame, they had that one has a custom frame in it. So the 79 is on a custom frame, and then the Mach-E drivetrains are bolted to the bottom of the frame. It's still body on chassis, which is cool. I really like the old 40s and early 50s. So 48, 49, 50 F1s. Yeah, that's when they call them F1s, not F100s. Crew 3 second stage engine cutoff from New Jersey. Watch till the end. Let me just go over to the end. Whoa. That ring, though. That's actually really freaking cool here. Check this out. This is coming from Chris Bakley. Let's see what we got. Look at stage cutoff. Ready? That's really cool. 58 Fury. Nice car. So all cars sold in the UK have to be electric or non-petrol by 2030. Does the US have something similar, EJ? No. Not right now, Neo. There might be something in the future, but we don't need some regulation. We got a guy that's just doing it. We got a guy that's just doing it anyway. Neo, I don't want to get into that discussion. Maybe someday we will do something like that. I think Ford has personally said that they're not gonna sell internal combustion engine cars by like 2040 or something. We don't have like some crazy overarching standard to it, but we do have what the US does is we give incentive. We pay people to do things a certain way. Like Elon Musk, one of the things that helped start Tesla is incentives and tax breaks on producing and selling electric vehicles. That's what helped get Tesla off the ground. Don't get me wrong. That's people that say that, oh, Elon is just dependent on these discounts for working for Tesla. That's the only reason Tesla's good. There were other companies that tried to do the same thing and failed miserably. Like Nikola tried to use those same incentives. So did Fisker. They all failed. They all failed miserably. So, like, once again, Elon Musk is the, exception to that, right? Just like with Commercial Crew, it's the same thing. So, like, that's how we do it. There's incentives to make electric vehicles. Like, you won't have to pay as much taxes on, something or other somewhere, right? That's how we incentivize things over here. No, TJ, not to my knowledge. Look at that. That's the second stage of Crew 3. Guys, all right, I just want to make this very clear. There's people on that. There's 4 people. Matthias, Kayla, Raja, and Tom. There's 4 people on that thing, on that spec right there. That's people launching into space. Like it's a cool shot, but I think it's important to understand there's people on that. That is people flying into space right there. 4 souls on board. Is that crazy or what? Yeah, Tessa, that's why we incentivize it instead of mandating it, because if we mandate it, we're going to screw our own economy. That's why, dude, that's why not even the people that are like super environmentalists are like, nah, maybe we shouldn't do that. Like, you can't bother with, like, nobody wants to take the economic hit. I mean, Elon doesn't care, which is why I think it's cool that we just do it instead of like making people do it, you know? But once again, let's get back to that. That's freaking cool. See that spec right there? That's Crew Dragon. That's Dragon Endurance with its second stage. That's really freaking cool. Chris got a really good shot of cutoff. Look at the Corona right there. Is that the strangest thing you've ever seen? Hey, Ismic, what's going on? That's correct, Havocs, yeah. Apparently 10% of Americans already own EVs. We'll keep easing into it. Yeah. Yeah. Spammer, and once again, I've personally said that I have no problem with electric vehicles. I agree. Once again, I'm gonna parrot Elon Musk again. Oh, EJ parroting Elon Musk? Oh, geez, that never happens, right? You know, Elon hit the nail on the head when he started making electric cars. They need to be fun. They need to be fun to drive. They need to be as fun to drive as gasoline cars are. Or else, who cares? That's why the electric car never really gained a lot of traction. Ha ha ha. It's funny because EVs make way more traction because they're heavy. I think that's firmly the reason why that's one of the reasons why Tesla's doing so damn well. I mean, for a company that never advertises, dude, they're competing with Ford, Chevy, Dodge, who all have super aggressive marketing campaigns, man. That's pretty damn impressive. Stand behind the product, and that's another reason why I like Elon. He stands behind whatever he puts his name, what he attaches his name to. That's pretty damn good integrity right there. I could do with a little less crap posting, but it is funny. NX913 sub. Yeah, Tessa, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Dutch guy. The charging stations. And once again, that shows incredible foresight by Elon himself. He knew good and well. He knew good and well that you can't just mass produce electric vehicles. You have to mass produce the charging stations to go with them. You don't do that, then nobody's gonna buy it because you're gonna get range anxiety. Smart. Smart, dude. That's really smart, man. Like, just like it's the same thing. Henry Ford with gasoline companies. Henry Ford didn't do it exactly like that to my recollection, but Hokey gifted a sub to Daviaris. Sorry, it took me a second. Welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. All right, I'm gonna move this back over to the pad. The recovery vehicle is working quite well, actually. It certainly would have been weird if Ford had owned a series of Ford fuel gas stations. No, Hokey, I could be pulling this out of my tail. This is what I'm kind of like on. But if I'm remembering correctly, Henry Ford didn't do it. There weren't Ford gas stations. What he did was, I'm pretty sure the oil infrastructure was already all over the U.S. because even before cars, we were using oil in mechanics left and right. And actually, people used it for light. They burned whale oil and stuff, and like oil lanterns for light at night, right? So the demand, like the oil infrastructure was already set up. But in terms of like fueling stations, I'm not 100% sure. Actually, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not 100% sure how that all came to be. What I am sure about, though, is that I'm towing around an SSTO here that flew into space. By 2035, Kawasaki will be producing all electric vehicles, mostly of JDM manufactured. Working on universal hot swap battery tech. Yeah, paraffin oil. Yeah, that sounds right, Tessa. Whatever, I'm out. I didn't realize my opinion was stunted. Impy, don't worry about it, dude. Drummer's right in trying to change the topic, dude, because you could see how this could spin out of control and could hurt somebody's feelings or something. But yeah, I mean, by and large, I'm kind of with you on that one. But also, it's important for me to not give like political opinions, dude. I can't call myself a teacher and then give you like a political opinion. I'm firmly on the belief of critical thinking, you know, not just critical thinking when it's convenient, you know. I hate that kind of stuff. But yeah, I get you. But yeah, let's go back to this. So guys, Voyager here. This thing is flown. I flew it to space. We just picked it up off the runway. This thing's already been to space. It has the payload dispensers from the missions left over. The reason why I'm picking it up is because what I want to do is I want to use Voyager to test out our docking system. We've already paid for this vehicle to fly, and the vehicle costs $500K, right? It costs $500K to put out, and probably another 50 for the payloads, and then 100 to fuel it. So we're in at 600K, and it made about 300K in profit. So, and then a little bit of that I put into this vehicle, which costs, I forget, 50. So, and then we made 300 profit. So I want to use it for testing because, you know, in this particular regard, because this thing launched missions and it made money, it's technically only a 200K SSTO right now. So I'm going to use it for testing because it would be better to test with this, something that I've already kind of paid for, right? Rather than putting another SSTO out and paying another 500 grand for one. Is it leaning? That's just the seams in the terrain, Alex. See the seam? It's really apparent right here. It's hard to see because of the MIP mapping. See the seam? And now if you look, right? Pavement goes like this, and then it goes down like that, and then it flattens. There's a little lip right there, and then there's a diagonal. The bottom part of the diagonal is this seam right here. It's a text. It's just a seam between the mission control model and the VAB model. Yeah, they're all over the place, dude. Correct, Alex. Yeah, you got it. Oil infrastructure started with the kerosene industry, and using that in manufacturing industries. From there, it scaled up and only advanced with car development. Yeah. Yeah, Taco. Yeah. Interesting. Prior to dedicated gas stations, you bought fuel for your vehicle at a pharmacy. Yes. Steven, that's weird. That's really weird. But also, it's weird by modern standards, but if you think about it, pharmacies usually are attached to a general store, right? Like, huh. Kind of makes sense. I understand that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Good drugs for your car. It also gives it the go juice. Yeah, it's like a cup of coffee for your car. Zonic Astro! What's up, Zonic? How are you? 53-month resub. Any planned SSTO launches today? Ismic, probably not, dude. Because I want to use the early hours segment to get... I'm moving the SSD over here so I can test stuff out on the runway. Actually, it probably really doesn't make sense to move this all the way over there for testing, but... Actually, we could try to integrate it again and see what happens. Yeah, Alex, nuclear's cheating, dude. It's freaking cheating. I still, like, it's cheating. Like, damn. Yeah, back when most filling stations had a service station attached, my grandfather ran such a setup in the 60s. That's cool. Fibonaccios. I like your name. That's awesome. Fibonacci sequence, man, right? Like, let's eat. Nuclear waste long-term storage is bad, though. Solving that is very tricky. Launch it into space. Fibonacci sequence. Yeah, right. Satisfactory soundtrack kick. Yep. So I learned that an engineer at the place that you work, Sonic, was one of the original engineers designing the Canadarm. He did a lot of work on the joints. Sonic, you know, I'm not just gonna jerk Canada's chain. You know I love giving you guys crap, right? But I don't think people realize how important the space station remote manipulator system is to keep the space station functioning correctly. I'm glad you like the name. Right on, man. Oh, Drummer, I watched it. That's why I was late. Yeah, I played chess till like 6 in the morning. Got about 4 or 5 hours of sleep. Woke up, watched Colin Furzy dig a tunnel, and Colin Furs dig a tunnel, and then proceeded to come here. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I'm on a chess kick, man. I was just sitting there playing games and for a long time. Pretty awesome. Colin's awesome. Yeah. Colin's cool, man. First thing he tested the joint is first thing he tested was the joint. His comment was it was so dang slow that it's going to be a long test. Yeah. I love Colin, Tessa. Colin is my spirit animal. All right, we're back in render range of the pad here. Oh yeah, but he's still a nutter. No doubt. Wait, what does that say about... You know what? Don't answer that. This is not... Fangloriously, are we still launching the X33 from a pad? Yes. Long story short, both SSTOs, yeah. I decided to pull through and carry on with this and keep going with it. Anth, a viewer in chat who's a longtime KSP player and a good buddy of mine. You guys probably haven't seen him much around because the reason why is because he's in oceanic time zone. Anth, he helps me troubleshoot stuff, and like over time he's helped me kind of figure out, you know, how to beat the Kraken. He's helped a lot with that. Like, he helped me figure out some things with the pad, and there were some things that I overlooked. There was stuff that wasn't aligned correctly with this pad, and that's why it wasn't working. So basically, because something wasn't aligned from the start, when we went to dock, because it wasn't aligned, it got stuck in that misaligned position. And when it got stuck in that misaligned position, you basically broke the pad. Think about it like if you had a piece of metal and you bent that piece of metal, right? And then you tried to bend it back into position, it fatigues the metal and breaks. It's very interesting. The drift that's on hydraulics is not we call it just drift, but it's more like metal fatigue. It acts very similar to how metal fatigue acts in real life, which is very kind of a weird, uncanny thing. You wouldn't expect it, but basically once you bend the metal in a certain direction, you try to bend it back, it's not going to work as well. Anybody that's, you know, ever messed with metal or metalwork in any way knows that when you bend a piece of metal, you change the structure molecularly, and when you molecularly change the structure, it fatigues it. If you try to bend it back, it's not going to be the same as it was before you bent it. Colin Firth is a special bender crazy, and I'm glad he stayed mostly the same throughout the years. I'm with you on that one, Loopy. Consistency pays. That's one thing I realized when I started streaming, you know? And that's what I mean about I need to play more KSP. We've been not distracted, but we've been busy with Crew 2 coming down, Crew 3, rocket launches, playing other games, etc., etc. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with that. But I didn't get to this point with you all standing behind me by not playing more KSP. You know what I mean? That's why I'll never burn out on KSP. It's never going to happen. One, because I know aerospace is an infinite rabbit hole. I can literally say, screw the SSTO and start a new SSTO project and people will be into it because it's something new. Simultaneously, I could keep flying the SSTO and work on building architecture with it up there, and that's also something new. Kerbal is an infinite wealth of content. So, I mean, first and foremost, I'm space crazy. I could do this all day. I could play Kerbal. I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm just going to do like a Kerbal week or something. But I know that I could, I didn't get this. I know that I have to play more KSP. Not have to. I have to play more KSP that'll help with the stream, but also I want to. I want to play more. When are you planning on working on the truck again? Drummer, I really don't have an excuse for not working on the trucks. It is getting a little bit on the colder side. Still not an excuse. I'm not NASA. I don't make excuses. The streaming setup is in pieces. I took apart the auto streaming setup to make the mobile streaming setup for Route 154. What I think I'm going to do is, well, I think you can see where this is going. Because both the setups are halfway in between, I have to reconfigure the Route 154 setup for a more stationary application, and I can do that, and that's not a problem. And I'm going to. I just haven't gotten around to it. But because each setup is halfway, the Route 154 setup is more designed for mobile streaming than anything, right? Not like a stationary thing like the AutoStream. And then the AutoStream computer, all the mics and cameras and stuff are off of it because I use them during Route 154, right? So that's why I haven't gone and tried to finish anything there. But once again, that ain't no excuse. All the cars need a lot of work. And I need to get that work done. I said I'd get the 59 done in the summer, and it's annoying that I haven't gotten around to it. But once again, the Route 154 project kind of put a damper on that one. But once again, it ain't no excuse. I gotta finish. I gotta get all my vehicles 100% operational. Don't get me wrong. 3 out of 4 of them run and drive. All of them run. I don't have a vehicle that, the 59 runs. It just needs an exhaust. It runs and drives, actually. I need an exhaust for it. But, I gotta get all my vehicles, my goal is to have every single one of my cars, the Mustang, the Coronet, and the 2 trucks, to an operationally reliable state where I could drive them to Florida and back. Why Florida? Reasons. Just get a Stream Deck, and you'll have most of the control you'd have via OBS ran locally. Okay. Nice, Tessa. I would say you've been distracted. You've been online for almost 2 hours, and you spent most of the time talking on electric cars. So first and foremost, I play off of the chat. If chat wants to talk about something, there's really not much I can do about it. So I go with the conversation, and then I try to steer it away. First and foremost, it's good chat engagement. You make friends doing it, and you build the community. Secondly, you try streaming for 15 hours and not have a certain amount of warm-up time where you get focused and organized and figure out what you have to do for the day. Or I got 4 hours of sleep last night because I was playing chess all night because I want to deploy that kind of content sometime soon, right? So I was consider it research. And then I needed to watch a YouTube video. I needed to watch Colin Firth's YouTube video because I knew people would talk about it today during the stream. And sure enough, without it being even brought up, somebody talked about it. See what I mean? Dude, like, I get it. It seems like distraction. I assure you it's not. Sometimes I go on tangents and I do it willingly. I don't do it unwillingly. I do it on purpose. That's entirely done on purpose. Like, trust me, I know it seems like we don't get anything done, but sometimes it pays to play off the chat. You build the community better that way, dude. You should still get more sleep. I get sleep on my days off. I'm good. If you could choose the next NASA administrator, who would you select? I don't know. Yeah, I don't have an answer to that. Alright, so I'm going to leave the transporter truck here. Cabana? Yeah, Bob Cabana would be a good NASA administrator. I'm not sure he's good enough of a politician, though. Bob Cabana's a Marine and 4-time shuttle pilot, but he has been doing NASA administration for the better part of 2 decades. Actually, he wouldn't. That's actually a good idea. Yeah, Moist. That's what I'd go with. Jim, I don't think Jim would touch NASA with a 10-foot pole at this point. I'm dead serious about that. I think Jim checked out, to be honest with you. And that's not his fault. I think he checked out because, I mean, I don't think I need to say why. He checked out because he wasn't the NASA administrator anymore. You know, it would have been nice. It would have been nice if he stayed around. I mean, because he had the charisma to freaking get this stuff done, but that's just not how history unfolded, man. And you can't get mad when it doesn't go your way, you know? Because no plan survives first contact with the enemy, chat. Remember that. I don't think that the direction that Bill took NASA was the direction that Jim would have taken it, and that's why I think he wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Uh-oh, we're gonna get a little springy effect here. Sprunk! This seems bigger than the last SSDO I remember you making. I scaled things up a little bit, Mason. This is Jebstar. You're looking at SN09, Voyager. It's already flown to space. It's literally the pad, this thing, scaled up version of the smaller one. I use the triangles that are 4 times the size of the of the triangles that on the small one, and the wings are also just 4 times the size. I scaled up the design and I scaled up the tanks. It's an exact replica. Turns out though that when you scale it up by size, volume isn't exactly correlative. So this thing actually has way more. It's 4 times the size, but it does not have 4 times the payload capacity. It's 4 times the size and has 20 times the payload capacity. Yeah, this thing can move as much as Collins into space, no problem. Yeah. Yeah. I launched it on, it's flown, in lore for the space program, number 9 has flown twice. It flew once, launching 2 survey satellites, Miro and Kiro, and then I landed it, and then I recovered everything, and then we put it out again, this time with the upgraded pad, and this is the first one that had the structural fix for the people that have been keeping up with this. I had a structural design flaw with the SSTO because of insufficient drop testing, right? And it survived both landings. It actually doesn't have the center gear array. It's just the outside gear. Yarg helped me come up with a strengthened design for this. And this thing flew, last time we played KSP, this thing flew. It flew and launched 2 more satellites into space and made, I don't know, about 300K of profit. What I need to do now is I have the empty satellite dispensers in here, and I'm going to use number 9 for payload integration testing. But I just wanted to move it out here, away from the runway, so 1, I could test to make sure that we could bring it back and forth, no problem. And 2, we're going to do some testing out here. I've got to do some testing on the runway. Do you have plans to human rate the big SSTO? I could. Filch? Yeah, I could. If I really wanted to. I'm just testing time warps here. The front is kind of clipped up into the front of the SSTO, and I think I know why that's happening. It's a hierarchical problem with the truck. We should be able to bend it back by putting that. Yeah, it's slowly bending it back into position. See how some of the cow controllers are clipping into the fairing and the panels and stuff? If I went to undock this thing, it would get stuck. Can this land on the moon with low payload or refuel? I'm not sending this thing to the moon, Mason. I'm going to use this to basically the original NSTS, National Space Transportation System program, that NASA wanted when the shuttle was when they first came up with the designs for the shuttle. The original NSTS. That's what I want with this, and that's what we're gonna do. So what's the National Space Transportation System? When the space shuttle was first proposed, the space shuttle was just one component of a much larger architecture. Think about the space shuttle. If you think about the space shuttle, right? Hey. Actually, we can use this picture, that picture right there. If you think about the space shuttle, all right, what does it do? It has the solid rocket boosters and it has the external tank, okay? Where does that get you? That gets you into low Earth orbit. Now, what on the Saturn V sides of things gets you into low Earth orbit? The S1C and the S2, okay? So the first and second stage on the Saturn V can get anything above the second stage gets into space, basically. If it weighs less than 130 metric tons or something, that's what gets you into space. So the third stage, the lander and the CSM, right, are the payload for the Saturn V. Now, the shuttle can't fit a Saturn V third stage, a payload, and a lander and a CSM inside of the payload bay, right? So what they wanted to do, guys, and this ended up never happening. Well, some of it did, but the original NSTS program had the shuttle. First and foremost, there was 4 steps to the program, okay? With the option for a 5th step. The first phase of the program was to design a low-cost, reusable vehicle. Bingo. First step of the plan, they obviously did. The second step of the plan was once you standardize reusable flight by ramping up and basically getting a lot of flight time with the shuttle, right? You you use the shuttle's frequency of flight to build a space station in the first 5 years of the program, right? So from 1980 to 1985 was, or 1979 to 1985 technically, what they wanted to do was they wanted to get the shuttle running in 79, and then by 1980, like operational missions for the first couple of years, right? Do a bunch of test flights, figure that all out, right? And then from like 81 to 85, the shuttle was going to build a space station, right? And it would have built a space station to test out orbital construction, etc., etc. From there, the shuttle would have enacted Phase 3 once the space station was complete. Phase 3 was liquid-fueled upper stages, basically orbital tugs that fit inside of the shuttle's payload bay. So the idea is that one shuttle will launch a lander, another shuttle will launch a command vehicle, and then the next shuttle right after that will launch a third stage, a cryogenic third stage. And the shuttles, being good at assembling things, will assemble that all in space, right? Once it's assembled, they dock it to the shuttle, a crew gets in it, they separate, the shuttle comes back down, and then that crew uses the command vehicle, the lunar the lunar lander, and the stage to go out to the moon. That was the idea. They were going to initially start off with reusable tugs, making transfer stages, right? That could go out to the moon and back, and then the shuttle would pick them up when they'd come back in low Earth orbit and then come back down. They wanted to do that with a Centaur stage. From there, they wanted to do the same thing with that Centaur stage, but make it nuclear powered. So we have a nuclear balloon tank Centaur. So Centaur with Nerva on the back, basically. No oxygen, Nerva in a hydrogen tank, a stainless steel hydrogen tank. And then they would have used those to go out to the moon and back, like on a routine schedule. Space transportation system. The idea is that you can transport anything pretty much anywhere in the solar system. That's what they wanted to do with the shuttle. And this all would have been achieved by flying a lot. Fly a lot. Yeah, how do you put a Saturn V on its side like that? Well, the hold down point is right here. Bearlicious. There's 4 hold down points on the Saturn V, 12, 3, 6, and 9 between the engines. This hold down point right there is on a pin, and that pin is on a pivot. So this Saturn V has its nozzle extensions attached to it. The Saturn V, you would have to take the nozzle extensions off, which is what they did when they went to integrate it, right? And then they attach a crane to the front of this thing, and they pull a ULA. They do a ULA. That's how they got the stage on the sides. The stages were actually manufactured horizontally. They do that. Or ULA does a Saturn V. There's a crane at the top, and then on the back of the booster, there's a pivot point, and that pivot point is on a trolley. They just pick up the front of the booster, and the trolley is on wheels, and then pick it up. But you have to take the nozzle extensions off on the Saturn V. You don't have to do that with Atlas. Atlas can basically become a freaking trailer. One of the innovations from Atlas V was getting rid of the balloon tank first stage. They had a stainless steel first stage. Atlases were notorious for stainless steel. They were the ones that brought stainless steel to spaceflight. Atlas and Lockheed, for what it's worth. Atlas V, one of the huge innovations was the ISO grid, the milled aluminum ISO grid, which allowed Atlas V to be able to freestand by itself. Atlas boosters, Atlas first stages were like Centaurs. They couldn't stand up by themselves. You had to carry them inside of like a hammock, basically. How they move Centaur stages on their sides now, they're actually just they're in like a cradle almost, right? When Atlas V came out, one of the things that they did to be able to integrate faster, because Atlas V was designed for the EELV program, right? It was give it the capability of being able to freestand by itself, the first stage. Basically, strengthen the first stage. And they did that with, ULA did that with the Lockheed at the time. Now ULA would have done that with an aluminum ISO grid. This was huge. This was a huge deal back in the day. Lockheed did this in the 90s. They milled the outside, or the inner wall of the boosters of the booster with this grid, and then stir welded the panels together like that. That was done after a lot of FEA with computer simulation. Note how with the isogrid there's like a circle right there. See? These ports has a drilled out. The ports have a drilled out area. They used a lot of computer simulation to figure this stuff out, and that made it so Atlas V could stand by itself, and that was a huge deal. And even now, Atlas V boosters are so ridiculously configurable that if I'm going with an expendable launch vehicle, I mean, to be fair, I'd probably choose Delta. I think Delta's better, but Atlas V is a freaking Lego kit, man. It's a Lego kit. Every booster, you can do whatever with it. You could horizontally integrate it if you really wanted to. I don't think ULA would ever do that, but it can be, you can use, I mean, look, they're carrying it. The booster is basically the trailer. I mean, Falcon 9 can do that too, because Falcon 9 uses an ortho grid similar, right? Finite element analysis. They figured out what was the best thing to mill into the aluminum to get it to be the most structurally sound. And they came up with this thing, which is called an ISO grid. And then ULA one-upped that very recently with the ortho grid, which is what Vulcan uses. It's like that. That's the ortho grid. You have aluminum ortho grid segments, and then you stir weld them together. It gets you almost a perfectly uniform, extremely strong tank wall. In fact, there's a picture of Tori Bruno with the ortho grid. This is cutting edge stuff, man. They figured out that this is actually stronger. These squares are actually stronger than the triangles, which is not something that you'd think. Interesting. Ariane 5's core stage is actually put into the vertical position outside the assembly building and then craned vertically onto the launch table. But yeah, Loopy, yeah, exactly. The computers weren't good enough to simulate things better than the isogrid back in the day. But you know what's very interesting to me? And this shows good analysis on ULA's part. What's very interesting is that this, you wouldn't think that a damn rectangle would be stronger than a triangular isogrid. Like, hey, I trust, if Tori Bruno says it's stronger, I believe him. He doesn't have to explain it. I believe him. I trust that guy. He's an engineer. That guy doesn't lie. You know, like, no, Loopy, if I'm remembering correctly, in Destin's Smarter Everyday video, when he talks to Tori Bruno, he talks about the ISO grid versus the ortho grid. He said the ortho grid's actually stronger. But you know what? I'll be honest with you. I'm not 100% the context to that statement. He could be talking about a bunch of different things, you know? Likely because it's a circle and arced. Yeah. Is it possible that they're stronger because of the curved plane that they're placed on? Basically becomes an arch. I mean, does it not with triangles as well? Huh. It refers to the direction of loads. Yeah, okay. Yeah, up and down, obviously, right? So, Rocket Guy here. So it's the same kind of concept going on as this, right? Same concept? You see these little channels that they put in the pillars, the Greeks did 6,000 years ago or something? Well, not, yeah, 6,000. We'll say that. Somebody will know this better than I would. Same thing. Same energy. There's little arches milled into or cut into the pillars. Just got here. Sounds like statics. 3,000. Still a long way back. Yep. You're optimizing for vertical load. We're talking about isogrid structures. What Leon said. The isogrid doesn't work if the strength is rotational, but you're not optimizing for that load. Yeah, I gotcha. The triangles would be stronger in torsional loads, but I imagine the torsion on a rocket body is an order of magnitude lower. Yeah, why would a rocket carry torsion like that? Well, rockets can carry torsion. Oh, yeah. Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it. But the torsional load wouldn't be anywhere near the compression load, right? Am I thinking, Leon, Rocket Guy, am I thinking about that right? The torsional loads put on a rocket are there. Oh, absolutely. You have something pushing on the bottom. right? Of course you're going to have torsional load. That's just a byproduct of making something out of metal. And the torsional load will fluctuate with the thrust of the engines. So if you throttle down, it's going to have differential torsional load on the vehicle. But once again, that the torsional forces imparted on the vehicle will be nowhere near what the compression load is. If your rocket experiences torsion to that degree, you have other issues. Yeah, I would say that your thrust structure ain't strong enough. Am I thinking about that right, Rocket Guy? Because if the thrust structure is pushing up on the vehicle and the vehicle hits full maximum compression, right? It basically can't compress anymore, right? Then torsional load will start to get applied, right? Or it'll just pop. But there's probably if I'm thinking about this correctly, there's probably that torsional load is probably a very simple sweet spot, right? So if you picture a rocket like a piece of suspension, like a spring, when the rocket engine ignites, the whole thing does compress to a degree. The rocket actually gets shorter when the rocket engine turns on. It's not much. Don't get me wrong, you're not going to see it when the rocket takes off, right? It maybe is like an inch at best, or like maybe 2 centimeters or something. But then again, I bet you it depends on the vehicle, right? I bet you the Saturn V got a little bit shorter when those 5 F1s ignited, right? But
Discovery, go at throttle up.
If the rocket engine, yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, and early on, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Compression load is what you got to worry about. That's why it's stronger. You're not worrying about torsional load. What's torsion for the people that don't know? Torsion is twisting. That's a twisting load. So when does a rocket have to worry about being twisted like this? Well, if the rocket engine is pushing, right, and the rocket can't compress anymore, and if you built it strong enough to not pop the tanks because you compressed the vehicle, torsional load will get imparted. Especially if you're gimbaling a rocket engine, it'll start twisting the bottom. That definitely will happen. Actually, you can simulate that in KSP very easily. Yeah. That's why I said it's not a strong enough thrust structure. If I saw that on a vehicle in KSP, I would reinforce the thrust structure to be able to handle it. Yeah, that's very smart. That's why it's stronger. I bet you it's lighter, too. Frickin' physics, man. Very interesting stuff. Okay, so I'm just going to leave that there with its transport vehicle. I think this should be... I mean, it's sitting on the gear. So now let's go and work on... the recovery hangar. Didn't the Titan 3E have to deal with that to a good degree? Yeah, Sea Kraken, yeah, it would. Titan 3E... Hang on, let me make sure I'm on the same page. I think the Titan 3 had to deal with torsional loads because it has these 2 huge solid rocket boosters attached to the side. See these things? It has 2 gigantic SRBs. So what happens when you do your roll program? When you do your roll program, that's going to impart torsional load on the core stage. Absolutely. Because you have 2 SRBs that are twisting the rocket. Nice shot of, let's see, Titan 3E Centaur Voyager 2. That's Slick 40, I think. That's an old picture of Slick 40, a very old picture. Titan's a really very underrated rocket, Sea Kraken. And because we've picked up a lot of space fans, over the last 5 to 10 years, right? Not a lot of people know about these old school rockets. Titan was like Falcon 9 back in the day. Oh yeah. Titan back in the day was so ridiculously inexpensive, it put the Saturn 1B out of business. Seriously. Back in the 50s, and I'm going to talk and work. Back in the 50s, there was all the branches of the military were competing for who would be the branch of the military that launches things into space. Seriously. Army Ballistic Missile Agency. Von Braun worked for them. Von Braun worked for the Army. He didn't work for the Air Force. He never worked for the Air Force. He worked for the Army. So the Army was trying to get in on the heavy lift game. That's why the Saturn I was made. The Saturn I was going to happen even before the Apollo program. That was already a thing. And the Saturn I was competing with Titan. The Saturn I was competing with Titan for military launch contracts. Sound familiar? Saturn I and Titan were in competition against each other. Personally, I think Saturn was a better overall design. I think the Saturn I was a much more comprehensive design, even though it was literally made out of spare parts. A Saturn I's first stage is a couple of Jupiter and Juno boosters just kind of strutted together. Seriously, with Thor Able engines at the bottom. It's literally leftover parts. That's why it looks so wacky. Here's the crane. And the Army's Saturn program was competing with Titan for military launch contracts. And it eventually lost because the Air Force thought Titan was less expensive, which is funny. The military thought Titan was less expensive because, well, part of the reason was because they were using it for ICBMs, so the cost was already nothing because they mass-produced them. And the Saturn program and the Army ballistic missile program basically got absorbed into NASA in 1958. True story. Okay, so LV-5B3. This is the most updated version right here. Figure out a pallet system. All right. Build the payload changeout device based off of the pallet interchangeability. All right. Figure out a way to simplify multiple load operations. Well, this new way that I'm doing this figures that out, so we can get rid of that. All right, so we have that figured out. I have the payload changeout device and payload changeout facility. Payload changeout facility. This will be updated on the 11th hour on the 11th day. Happy Veterans Day, everybody. And then I believe for our European colleagues, it's Armistice Day. Hey, Randy. What's going on? Okay, so... I'll do something. I'll say a little bit more during Space News. Indeed, Alex. Indeed. All right. Buck had an 80-month resub in there, dude. And then Mink had a 29er in there as well. All right, so I'm going to get the jet truck off this thing. So now, how are we going to go about doing this? I'm trying to think. Alright, let's do this.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm going to make the attachment point down here. Don't stage that fairing. Hey, Audrey. 32-month resub. Yahoo! This is the base plate? Yeah, exactly, Alex. That's what I'm working on. Let's go. Alright, so I'm going to need an engine plate here, and then I need interstage nodes on. So I'm going to attach the base plate right there, and then shut the truss structure off, disable the staging on this, make sure that's long, disable the shroud, and then turn interstage nodes off here. We got to make a hollow fairing to be able to attach this, because I want to attach this in a very similar manner to the pad. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to take this, take the engine plate. The engine, now keep in mind, I attach the engine plate to the fairing interstage nodes, meaning that it's not structurally in line with the hierarchy. Now, what does that mean? Well, engine plates, believe it or not, are actually really flimsy for whatever reason. They wobble around unless you strut them. I usually don't keep them directly in the structural hierarchy, except if I'm literally mounting engines. Trying to use them for any type of other structural purpose, I found makes things very flimsy. Closing in on 3 years of subs, but it's been a lot longer than that. Yeah, Audrey, I remember when you changed your name. It was a long time ago. Well, it wasn't that long ago. Not in the scheme of things. Okay, so I'm going to put the engine plate where I want my fairing to basically be. Alright, so actually I want this to be a little bit closer. There we go. That will work. Actually, probably... Okay, close the fairing. Now, turn off fairing expansion. Turn on auto strut. And now, here's the key to making a hollow fairing. Rocket Guy, I was talking to you about this the other day. I don't know if you're still here, but I saw you in chat a second ago. You want to make a hollow fairing. Attach the fairing to something. And then, if you move this backwards a couple of ticks like this, whatever's in front of this is going to be hollow. This will be a hollow fairing. Morning Drool. Armistice Day Trivia. Every year on November 11th, French president goes under the Arc de Triomphe. The Arch of Triumph, I know. He honors the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, an unidentified French soldier entombed for all unnamed ones that didn't get a proper funeral after the war. It's a ceremonial reminder of the name and the unnamed heroes that defend the country. Alex, yeah, we have that too. Arlington National Cemetery in Washington, D.C. We have the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier as well. Yeah, and I'm probably sure that the Arc de Triomphe is the same way, but the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier in the U.S. at Arlington is always manned by soldiers. There's always soldiers there on patrol, standing guard. They're on watch at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier at all times. 24/7, 365. And if you step on the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, they will go after you. They'll yell at you and they'll come after. They'll point their guns at you. Well, they wouldn't point... unless you really do something dumb, they won't point their guns at you. But they will step to you. Oh yeah, they'll step to you. They'll yell at you. If you're too loud, if you're disrespectful, they'll come and get you. Straight up. Oh yeah. We got something like that too. Tomb of the Unknown in Arlington is celebrating its 100th anniversary this weekend. For the first time ever, it was open to the public. And that's what I always done. But when I was talking about it a couple of days ago, I was, for the first time ever, trying to create a hollow fairing with just terminating the fairing manually. Yeah. Yeah. So, Rocket Guy, you were trying to... Dragon docking news. Okay. Dragon is early, about 40 minutes ahead of the timeline. Docking now expected at 6:33. Okay, well, we got work to do. Yeah, exactly, Vin. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they'll come and yell at you. They'll come and pick you up if you break too many rules. It's actually pretty cool. I like watching the videos where they step to people. Please refrain from speaking loudly in this area. Yep. That's cool, though, Alex. I mean, You guys like freedom. We like freedom. Kind of makes sense that we do the same kind of stuff. Can we do KSP until docking coverage? That was the plan, Ismic. All right. So Rocket Guy, you were trying to terminate the fairing manually. So like doing something like that right there. And you got that to be hollow? Well, I saw it. Huh. Lafayette, Bram. A lot of people don't know about that guy. You know what, Rocket Guy? I'm just going to go ahead and ask. How did you do that? How'd you do it? Every time I've gone to make one of these things, dude, it's never hollow. It never has been, which is very strange. You don't know why. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I get you. Okay. What do you mean it's not hollow? With this fairing, if I dropped something into it, Alex, it would act like a bowl. Like stuff would stay inside. Like if I dropped a bunch of decouplers in here and separated them all and then like spun it around, they would bounce off the edges of the fairing. That other way that I made it treats it like a solid pillar of steel. So, not hollow. Yeah, I'm not sure why it does that. Anyway, I'm gonna get to work mode here. Set that to SVI. Attach the fairing plate to a node forward facing, then gizmoed the plate back and then created the fairing and terminated. That node, that forward-facing node, Rocket Guy, was attached to another fairing. That forward-facing node was one of the interstage nodes on a fairing, correct? Interesting. Interesting. You found something. You found inadvertently. You found something different. So that tells me that the interstage nodes and thereby the truss structure on the fairings, right, count as the shape. So if you make a fairing this way and then turn it around, it's the same operation as doing that, and it counts it as hollow. Dude, that's a big deal. No, Rocket Guy, I'm fairly confident the game is counting the truss structure from the fairing as part of the object. So it's literally doing this. It's the same thing that I did with the engine plate, but a little bit different. If that counts as a hollow fairing, right? So if I did this, right? So this is what you did. Something like this, right? You took a fairing, you attached it like that, and then you turn that fairing around. Or, well, actually, you made... left alt, left mouse button, terminate the fairing, right? And then you did something like that, and it was hollow, right? And that, if that fairing actually works, and that fairing is hollow... I did turn it around first, not sure if that matters. But you turned it around, so you, okay. So you made your Silda like this, right? Just bear with me. Say that that's where the fairing plate was, right? You did something like this, terminated it. Pretend that the fairing is right there, and then moved it like that. You attach the fairing using the front face. Oh, okay. All right, here. So, let me select that fairing. Turn off interstage nodes. You selected the front face like that. And then terminated the fairing, built the Silda, and then moved it in like this. And it, yeah, I saw it. It counted as hollow. I didn't realize you made it that way. If that counts as a hollow fairing, that actually is a big deal. Rocket Guy, the reason why it's a big deal is because, you know, if you close a fairing shape, right? You close a fairing shape like this, right? You're really constricted to what you can close it to, right? So you need something that's of a similar diameter, right? I don't know if I used an interstage node, but the rest is definitely correct. I don't think the attachment node necessarily matters in this regard. It's the fact that it's figuring out that the game thinks that the truss structure is part of the fairing shape. So, you know, to get this to work correctly, you have to gizmo the part into the fairing. We're doing the same thing here, but instead of gizmoing the part into the fairing, we're gizmoing a fairing into the fairing shape and then building that off of that. And if that makes that hollow, that means you're not constricted by diameter. I could literally do this, theoretically. I could do this. We could make a 10-meter payload fairing. You could make that, and that would be hollow. That's why that's a big deal. I'm gonna have to test that. After we're done here, I'm going to go test that out. I want to confirm. I'm gonna confirm what you did, because Rocket, that's no joke. That's actually a really cool little thing. You could abuse that to no extent, but with no limitations. Not abuse it. That's not really the right thing to say. You could use that for the peaceful exploitation purposes. Yeah, Tessa, maybe. Maybe. Tessa, the idea is that if you take a fairing, right? Just forget the SSTO. Just, this is the root part, okay? You take a fairing like this. The truss structure shape is built all the way out to the end of the interstage attachment nodes, right? So the truss structure goes all the way out here, which it does. We know that because when you attach something there, the truss structure is built, right? And you could choose to toggle it off or on. There's a very good chance that that counts as the shape. So Rocket Guy, I'm going to go ahead and say that you attached it. I'm going to go ahead and guess that you attached it to an interstage node in your craft file, because that triggers the flag to get the truss structure, to put the truss structure there. And then you could just toggle its visibility. Now the truss structure doesn't have a collider, but it has geometry. So that counts as a shape. That counts towards it. Towards the overall shape of the thing. So, Tessa, the idea is that because that truss structure is there and it's counting it as part of the vehicle, so Rocket Guy was able to do this. He built a fairing, right? Kind of like, he built a fairing like this, and then he left mouse button terminated the fairing, and then gizmoed it into position like that, and the fairing was hollow. It's the same exact concept as how Yargnit came up with making hollow fairings, right? But it's employed a little bit differently. In this way, because you have the fairing terminate option, you don't have to terminate the fairing up against something that's the similar diameter. So we're not limited by 2.53755 meter diameters with the fairings to make the fairings hollow. We can choose whatever diameter we want. Yeah, that's big. That's a big I'd have to test the theory, right? We have to test it, but I mean, Rocket Guy kind of showed that it could be done. Rocket, you may have inadvertently found a way to make things a little bit better. And here I am, just glad that my Silda module works. You may have stumbled across something, dude. No joke. That has potential, that idea. Or that way of building. It's got potential. It's not the ride, it's the rider. Yeah, I'll have to tell Ant about that. Hey, Salkovsky, what's your take on spin launch's concept? Technically feasible. A little bit unorthodox. Sile, to be honest. It's a little unorthodox, but hey, they tested a prototype and the prototype seems to be working correctly. And honestly, spin launch is based off of HARP, which was basically a rocket that was fired out of a cannon. That's nothing that doesn't already exist. It's possible. The Air Force had a project where they had a rocket with a very small payload. Like the payload was a dud, and they literally put that rocket in a gun barrel and shot it with a recoilless cannon. Like they basically put a blank inside of the cannon and put the rocket on top, and made the rocket into a giant RPG minus the grenade part. And they shot the cannon pushed the thing up, right? And then the rocket ignited and went. It's spin launch is rooted in HARP by their own admission. So it could work. I don't see why it couldn't. The spinny part is the part you got to figure out, but they seem to be figuring it out with the prototype. Look, I'll say what I always say, Sile. I respect anybody that has the balls to put money towards doing something crazy like this, like launching things into space. I don't care if they spin it, or it's a first stage, or they try to catch it with a booster, or whatever. No matter how many Kerbal ways you can come up with, you still throw your hat into the ring. You have my respect. And also, I can't say in the same sentence that what spin launch is doing is dumb, and what SpaceX is doing is smart. Because catching a booster with a giant catcher arm is about as crazy as spinning one to try and launch it into space. So, hey, they have my respect. I hope they do it. I hope they succeed. That would be amazing. Jeb truck merge. It's like a poor man's mass driver. Audrey, a bit of kit like that on the moon could be very, very useful. What about what NASA's doing? Is that dumb or smart? In what context, Fistus? We talking about ARCA? No, we're talking about... What about ARCA? ARCA has my respect. I'm serious. They do. They have working prototypes, guys. That's better than most. And you could say, but EJ, ARCA's... scams and stuff. All right, where's your test prototype? They have a prototype. They've tested engines. And people gave them crap for their mock-up and their prototype and stuff because they said it didn't look like space hardware. It was like riveted and stuff. Well, yeah, it's a water rocket. It's gonna look like a water heater. Duh. It's a steam rocket. Rivets are not a bad way to mess with steam. They did it on steam engines for hundreds of years. Once again, they got to test. They have prototypes. They have tested prototypes, man. That's what can I say? I have to be impartial, right? Bruh. What is the orbital velocity of the moon? I don't know offhand. I'm annoyed with them personally. Does Steam have enough Delta V to get to space? If you make a big enough thing, Fire Fistus, yeah. Steam scales pretty dang well. We know because we have stuff like nuclear power plants that use steam. And if steam is fairly linear, you generate more steam, you can generate more work. Something we've known for hundreds of years. It's not a bad idea. You can make a big dumb first stage, Sea Dragon style. That's the idea. And honestly, you know, like, once again, you can harp on Arca, I guess, if you want to. That's not a bad idea, and that has pretty high technical feasibility. So you put like, if you took something like that and you made a big enough booster, like say you made a steam rocket you made a steam booster that's as big as a Saturn V first stage. It would have more Delta V than the Saturn V. I'm serious. That's how powerful using steam is. Using water vapor. It's very, very powerful. Not the most efficient, but it's water. It's just a giant water heater. You remember that episode of the Mythbusters where they made the water heater shoot out the roof of a mock-up house? Literally that. You see how much power that thing had? And that's a water heater that's the size of like a bigger propane tank. You imagine one of those things the size of like a Sea Dragon core with a Centaur on top of it? It's a very simple thing. All you got to do is open the valve and that's it. One moving part. Water heater. Shut up. That's the idea, guys. Once again, not a bad idea. If you could mass produce those, basically a water heater with a rocket nozzle on the bottom, you can mass produce those. Make one as big as a Saturn V first stage. You know, it might not be as efficient as a chemical rocket, but it packs a punch. It's not a bad idea. I'm like, I think that, you want to hear something messed up? And this isn't a knock at spin launch. I think making a boiler heater first stage is more technically feasible than spinning a first stage in a giant centrifuge and then hucking it up into space. I'm dead serious about that. I think that the water heater design would be easier. Yeah, it's a blowout valve, freaky. Alright, so let's retract the landing gear here. So this thing is going to transport this around. And what I'm going to do what Pilch was saying before and have a guide mechanism here. But now I got to figure out where I'm going to place the base plate of the pad. All right. Okay. Now I got to make sure I don't make the same mistake as the actual launch pad. I got to make sure that this is actually aligned. I'm going to align with the direct bottom of the wheels. And because that leaves some leeway here, I'm using the I-beam as basically a ruler here for suspension compression. That's actually pretty good. That should work just fine. Okay, so now we're going to go back down here like this. And now we got to build out the payload changeout area. So I'm going to use these fuel tanks. I'm going to shut them out and use grandparent strut. Precisely, Tessa. Not a bad... I'm serious. It's not a bad idea. Like, I don't... I mean, Arca says they got screwed by COVID, so I don't know. I can't speak to the company's finances, but the idea is pretty damn sound, believe it or not. It just... I mean, but see, like, that's the thing. Everybody has good ideas. You have good ideas. I have good ideas. Right? Colin Furs has good ideas. It's execution that counts. So, I think that's where... You know, that and the monetary stuff is where people's kind of beef lies. You think that that because it being steamed, they could have a variable exhaust nozzle? They could, cornbread. Or you could make an aero spike and have a pressure regulator valve to throttle it. Aerospike would give you good efficiency overall. Water heater Aerospike. That's literally what Arca wants to do. Once again, like, if you look at Arca at face value, you're going to be like, what the hell are you guys doing? What are you trying to do? Like, what? Come on, really? But then you start, like, this is what happened to me. Like, I was like, okay, Arca's a meme, I get it. And then I started looking into it, and I'm like, this is actually not a bad way to do things, which is kind of taken aback. I didn't really expect this. Was driving all over the country on an unknown condition truck a good idea? It wasn't unknown condition nearly. It just, that's how I kind of presented it. I knew the truck was fine. Well, let me put it to you like this. It wasn't fine, because the wheel friggin' fell off. But I knew it was good enough. And even then, nearly, I'll be honest with you. Even if it wasn't fine, and say the truck needed a new engine, Los Angeles in Southern California, dude, it's basically a desert. It doesn't look like it anymore because they, irrigated everything. It's basically a desert. So what does that mean in plain English? Car parts don't wear out, they don't rust. Nothing rusts in California. I mean, it rusts a little bit because of rain, but that truck, tough enough, it's a 24-year-old truck at this point, because 97. It's about as clean as a truck would be from Massachusetts that's like 5 years old. And it's almost 25 years old. It needed a new wheel. And that's it. That was that and the fuel system were literally the least of my... That was it. The new wheel and as far as I'm concerned, guys, the hub falling off on that was a freak accident. Because I know those lug nuts were tight. They were tight. Something with the diff happened or whatever, or I hit a pothole and it backed out a lug nut a little bit and I didn't notice, etc., etc. Something weird happened with it that preventative maintenance wouldn't have fixed. That was a catastrophic failure. And it could be that the truck has 170,000 miles on it. It probably has something to do with it. But I knew that I was confident in my abilities to get it home. Because I looked at the condition of the truck and and I did tons of research. I knew what parts I needed. And when I was in Los Angeles, I got all the parts that I needed. Even a spare tire. Because I knew that one of the wheels are what suffer the most when you drive cross country. I knew we would. I kind of anticipated that we would blow a tire, which is why I threw a spare in the truck and kept it there, and that spare saved me. The worst case, someone loosened the bolts. That could have been what happened, Bram. I can't prove it, but I don't want to rule that possibility out either. It's possible that's how that went down, and if it did, I'd be very disappointed. Yeah, this is a better way to do this. And you just so happen to have taken the spare off in the exact same position of the one that flew off. Like, long story short, at the end of the day, I knew what I was getting myself into. And I was confident in my abilities to get it done correctly. I kind of knew it was coming. Like, I knew that something was going to happen. But I knew that whatever happened, the U.S. is, like, that's the thing, man. The U.S. is built up. There's infrastructure everywhere. You don't really have to worry about that kind of stuff. There's always a gas station or a shop or something. Now, if the truck had thrown a tire when we were in Monument Valley or something, that would have been a different story. That would have been a little bit more of a challenge than blowing it out in Oklahoma. Yeah, Starch, I'm with you on that one, but so I honestly think, guys, that it really depends on the car. It depends on the car. That's the reality of that situation. It depends on the vehicle. The truck, I was confident that it would make it, and it did. I thought we would have had problems from the engine or something. I thought we would have had... That's where we were going to run into issues. I thought the engine would have broke or the transmission would have broke or something, so I was kind of bracing myself for a failure like that. Never happened. It never happened. We made it up. False. It's fiction. Fiction. We made it up. Never happened. Yeah, there you go, Rocket Guy. So, yeah. Nearly... Do I think it was smart? Yeah, sure. You know? Dude, you can do that here. The main question is, as always, was it more fun than challenge? Dude, there were challenges associated with this, man. Route 154, I'd say that driving across the country and streaming it was the easy part. Getting everything set up and getting everything figured out, that was tough. That was a hard thing to do. Like, basically putting the whole project together and organizing it and getting the ring ready for Bremo, etc., etc. That was the tough part. That was difficult. Dang, now I want water rockets and it's all your fault. Sorry. It's a hell of a clearance right there. So I'm building the base plate out for this thing right now. Jackal, that would have been messed up. This is the payload integrator. Yep. So I have to put these fuselages out here. One, because they make a good foundation because they have high impact tolerance. They make a good foundation, and they will also double as the crane guide rails. The crane doesn't have to be that long, particularly. I'm gonna think. Actually, this would probably be that would probably be the correct length that we're looking for, which is actually a bit on the long side. Because I need a space to put the payload in, right? And we need a space to put the, Actually, you know what? With this, I'm going to try something a little bit different. I had an idea floating around for a more advanced gantry crane, and it's kind of based off of the original gantry crane, right? It's not going to take much to make it. I just really want to make sure that I got bored instead of doing schoolwork and instead made this. You got to focus on that, man. Oh, you prick. It's pretty good, man. Oh, Vulcan, that actually reminded me. You know what? I always fail to mention this. Orion, see, like, Dude, actually... Huh. Never mind. No, I was just thinking about something. I was turning it around in my head the other day. What I was thinking is that, this makes sense because the mobile launcher, right? The ML has the Orion has the same height as SLS. It's the exact same height looking at this picture, right? I think you may have compressed the first stage just a little bit. So Ares 1 and SLS could theoretically go off the same ML if you made some slight modifications down here. Crew access arm, and if you unified the umbilicals between the ICPSU and this, and the Ares 1 second stage, and you just had a reconfigurable launch plate, you could make one mobile launcher that could launch Ares 1 or SLS. Even that would have been a good idea. Damn. But, I was going to say, Ares 1 and Ares 5, you could use the same mobile launcher. That wouldn't have worked because Ares 5 doesn't have people on it. SpaceX docking stream is up if you want that up. Tron, it's been up all day. Yeah, we'll switch over to docking coverage, I don't know, in a little bit. Oh, Vulcan, I heard some choice stuff the other day, which is really funny. You'll like this. Because that mobile launcher that SLS is using because it was designed for Ares 1, it was designed for a rocket that was way lighter. Because Ares 1 comes nowhere near the weight of SLS with full 5-segment boosters, right? So they have load. That's why the ML, if you remember a little while ago from a NASA report, that's why the mobile launcher was tilting under load. Yeah, if you remember, there was a NASA article that somebody released a little while back about how the mobile launcher was sagging. Oops. It's because that ML was designed for at its root, it is designed for a much smaller rocket, which is, yeah. Okay. So they literally took a Saturn 1B pad, so to speak, and put a Saturn 5 class rocket on it and said, yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah. Okay. They made the modifications needed, right? But still, it's still sagging, which is, once again, very funny to me. Ew, that's funny to me, chat. For some reason, I love it when you say, oops. Whoops. Well, wasn't supposed to do that. I've tried to build strong ground structures before, never successfully. Would you mind walking us through the build process? Alex, it really comes down to one thing. The parts that are touching the ground, make sure they have high collision tolerance. That should solve most of your problems. Don't, put an SRB on the ground and have that be the post for your building. Use girder segments as the pieces or these fuselages as the parts that touch the ground. That's the secret, or at least one of them. That and basically build it out like a trestle, man. You can use auto strut to your advantage. Watch. Because I made this kind of go out in a W kind of shape, right? So it's like a W. So it looks like the hierarchy looks like this, right? These are the two sides right here. These are the two fuselages. Auto strut picks up on symmetry nodes. So watch, if I run grandparent strut, watch how it runs. Did you see that? See the bow tie? See what it did? It strutted, if I set this to grandparent strut and it's in 2x symmetry, it will run a strut to this piece to its grandparent strut, which is that, to its grandparent part, which is that, and it'll run a strut to this part over here, because that's this one, the part that it's in symmetry with, that's grandparent part. So it essentially makes a crossbar. See that? I have triangulation. See what I'm talking about? Is that the engine plate for a shuttle? Yeah. So the idea is that this one is crossed with that, is crossed with that, which is crossed with that, which is crossed with that. And it creates a nice strong lattice for you. One of the tanks isn't locked. It really doesn't matter, but okay, thank you. There you go. Thank you. I know it's a Space Shuttle ET, yeah. Should have used the Delta CBC, man. I can't prove it. I have no way to prove it, Vulcan, but I'm pretty sure Ares 1's second stage is Delta CBC derived. Or was Delta CBC derived, and if it wasn't, it should have been. Actually, a Delta 4 core stage with a J2X on it? Was it initially designed like that? Hmm. Interesting. They switched to a common bulkhead. Better is the enemy of good. Hey, Snake, what's going on, man? EPF Snake, hey, that's a person that I know. Alright. So the base plate really doesn't need to be anything crazy. Do we need... To be clear, the large SSDO pad will still have alignment issues to the bottom docking port. Currently, the only way to counter that is with the air brakes and using same vessel interaction, if you remember the video that I showed you. Yeah, I got you, Anth. Okay, good to know. Yeah. I was thinking about using these for alignment, but that's not really going to work how I want. No, Tessa, I didn't know that. I didn't realize that, but somebody did tell me, say Fallout was that old, and I'm like, well, that's good, I guess. Still gotta worry about these freaking huge wings on this thing. I gotta have to figure out, my crane's gonna have to have like a C-notch in it, so like if the wing is like this, the crane has a piece in it where it can go around the wings like that, you know? Right. Stop doing that. Stop that. Stop doing it. Don't do that again. I'm thinking about now, like, okay, so this is a good base plate, right? We have this is fine. Now we gotta figure out the other stuff. Sorry. Why make a crane when you can make a sky crane? It clearly works on Mars. Did you know that they did helicopter on Mars? Can you believe that? Freaking helicopter. They did helicopter on Mars, man. Are you building a new pad? No, Bandit. This is the payload integration facility, or payload changeout facility. They did nuclear aircraft carrier on Mars. Well, rotorcraft carrier, right? I still have problems believing that they actually did that, those mad lads, right? So, heaviest part, they're picking up on the heaviest part, which is this. The S4 256 fuel tanks. How much is the S4 256 tank dry, just out of curiosity? So, 57.60 tons of liquid fuel plus 70.40 tons of oxidizers, 128 tons. The tank is 144 minus 128. So that tank is 16 tons. Okay. Nice, Tessa. You're a great dad. Where's Elder Scrolls 6? Please. So the idea is that the truck will back up, right? We attach to this, right? And this attaches to the base plate, right? And now because there's no robotics here or anything, right? Because there's no robotics, I can auto strut parts to the SSTO. So if I have this set to like heaviest part or something, right? And when we dock the SSTO, the Mark III engine mounts will auto strut to these fuel tanks here. If I do that front and back, we should have a set of auto struts front and rear to hold this thing. The problem is if they're all attaching to that tank right there, right? The front will probably still sag a little bit. And the reason why is because, well, there's no auto struts running to it. Here, let's turn on the orange spaghetti. Yeah, there aren't many struts that are going to the SSTO. These diagonals that are right here are the grandparent struts. That and that are the only struts that go out to the single stage to the vehicle. So we got to find a way to reverse that. How much do the Mark III tanks weigh without any fuel in them? So they weigh 57.14 metric tons, so 22.25 plus 27.50 is 49.75. So 57.14 minus 49.75 is 7.39 tons. So What I would like to do is this. Instead of having parts on the pad strut to heaviest part on the vehicle, right? Let's use what we already have. I can use these for grandparent strutting here, right? But the landing gear and the rover wheels from the carrier vehicle, right? Those are automatically set to heaviest part auto strut, and there's nothing I can do about that. So if I put a weight somewhere in symmetry on either side that's more than 16 tons, that's more than the mass of the fuel of that tank with no fuel in it, so more than 16 tons, it could be anything. It could be a full fuel tank. That means all the rover wheels and then the SSTO's landing gear, which are also locked to heaviest part auto strut, will strut to it when we dock the SSTO. And then we don't have to worry about this thing moving. It's going to have a massive struts from all the landing gear, back landing gear, front landing gear, leveling gear, and all the rover wheels all strutted to the same thing. It'll make it super strong. Could the pad parts also route to root part? Wouldn't that be in front of the SSTO? I don't like relying on root part auto strut, Alex, but yes, we could do that as well. The reason why is because root part shifts around. The crane, when the crane docks to this, I want the crane to be the king of the hierarchy, so it's going to be a base, so the root part will change, right? And if you change the root part from up here, right? When we dock something up here, you know, if the crane is overriding it and I undock from here, it could make that the root part. And that will reverse the flow of the entire hierarchy. It'll basically, you could invert the hierarchy on something. And I assure you, inverting the hierarchy on something is not a good idea. That's why I never, ever use root part auto strut. You reverse the hierarchy on something, the game gets very angry. Yeah. Because, like, if you think about Kerbal like this, right? Think about Kerbal like this. You have your root part, right? So that's your root, right? And then you have another part attached to that. And then you have two parts attached to this in symmetry, right? Right? And then you have two parts attached to those in symmetry, right? Now, say I was doing my auto strut trick, okay? Say we have, you know, another set of boosters down here. Right? So now I'm doing my grandparent auto strut trick, like this, right? Right? Everything is strutting to grandparent, and some of them are over symmetry, so that means this would go like that, and that would go like this, and this would go like that, and that would go like this. That creates a very strong hierarchy, right? If we switched this to that being the root part right there, the hierarchy goes from that, say that's our new root part now. So this one is set to grandparent part, so it doesn't do anything. That one is set to grandparent part, so it would in reality strut to here. This is set to grandparent part, so it would strut to there, right? This one would strut like that. This guy would strut like this, right? This is, what's the grandparent part here? That one would strut like that, and then you broke your symmetry node here. It'll break the symmetry node. Same thing as doing remove from symmetry. So now you don't have your grandparent strutted symmetry anymore. So now this is going to go there. That one will go like this. This one will go like that. So will that one, right? But then it's going to go like this and like this, and then that one's going to be strutted like that. You'll change your auto strut hierarchy. That's why reversing the flow on a hierarchy is bad. I never do that. I never rely on root part, because once again, in this design, if you're using root part on the tail ends right here for structure, right? And you flip the hierarchy, now it'll go like this. And you completely structurally screwed your spacecraft. Yeah. Don't use root part as a datum for structure. Bad idea, because if you dock to something and it changes, it screws up your entire hierarchy. This right here is inviting the Kraken. That's why I always make sure. So, Alex, there's a trick that I do to get around this. So my SSTO, where's the root part on the SSTO on Voyager? The root part is that fairing right there. All of the docking ports. This is, I call this 5 degrees of separation. It's my 5 degrees of separation rule. All of the places where this interfaces with a piece of GSE, so the back docking port, the 2 bottom docking ports, and the front docking port on the jet truck are all within 5 degrees of separation to the root. So, what does that mean? Let's take the aft docking port for a second. Root part is attached to the ATDP adapter right there, which is attached to my main structural brace, the girder segment, which is what the fuel tanks are attached to, which is attached to the other ATDP, which is attached here to the fairing, and that the docking port is attached to it. It's 5 degrees of separation from the root part, but it's all on the same line of the hierarchy. Going back into paint, it's all on the same line. So that's the ADTP, that's the structural girder, that's the second ADTP, that's the fairing, and then that's the docking port right there. Okay? So, even if you switched root part, right? This doesn't mess with the flow of the hierarchy. You're reversing the flow on 5 parts maximum. All right? That won't invite the Kraken. The rest of the hierarchy, all of the SSTO out here, the wings, everything, not affected. So, my underside docking ports, right? The underside docking ports, the jet truck docking port is attached to the root part. The payload changeout truck, the little thing that we made that picks up the SSTO from the bottom, that docking port attached to the root part, 1 degree of separation. And then the forward bipod strut that we attach the strong back to when we put it on the pad, 1 degree of separation from the root. Don't go over 5 degrees of separation and keep it on one. Keep your interface points on one line. One line to of the hierarchy. Don't attach a docking port on a part that's made in symmetry, and then another part that's made in symmetry, and another part that's made in symmetry. You dock that, you're going to screw the hierarchy up. Always put your docking ports as close to the root part on any vehicle in Kerbal as you can. If you don't, when you dock 2 things together, stuff explodes. Yeah, that's the right way to say that. I use the hierarchy to my advantage. That's how I beat the Kraken. That's why my stuff doesn't blow up when I dock stuff together. I mean, and you know what, man? Sometimes it still does. That's why I can basically manipulate Kerbal as I see fit. I can make anything in this game. Like, anything. I'm like Rick up in this thing, man. I can make whatever you want. I'm a freaking god in this game. No, I don't. That sounds very arrogant. No, we can make whatever we need. It doesn't matter. I can make cranes, because I understand the hierarchy. I'm not trying, this is going to sound like such a stupid thing to say, but I see this when I'm building. I see that. That's what I'm looking at. I don't even see the code anymore. All I see is strut, booster, engine part, grandparent strut. But there's way too much information to be able to decode the matrix. All I see is blonde, brunette, redhead. No, that's what I'm paying attention to when I build. And that's what I'm paying attention to when we go to implement certain designs. He's starting to believe. Yeah, no, that's the kind of stuff you got to pay attention to, man, especially when it comes to complicated equipment like this. This is the reason why it takes me so goddamn long to engineer something. Because I have to make sure if I introduce a new part into, SSTO, Launchpad, jet truck, if we introduce a payload changeout facility into it, we're adding more variables. We're adding payload changeout facility, crane, payloads, payload truck. I have to make sure that every single one of these hierarchically will jive correctly with the other, or else when I go to dock things together, it's just going to blow up. And as funny as that is, I know people find that funny. People like it when I work on a project for like 6 hours, put it together, and then it blows up in my face. Because it's hilarious, and it's, that's the Kraken keeps me humble. Let's keep it that, let's put it that way. But yeah, that's why it takes me so long to do this stuff. Because, like, even though it looks like, I know I've been sitting here for a couple of hours now, and I put down, like, maybe 20 parts, because I'm thinking about this, and I'm explaining it to you guys. I'm thinking about this when I put it together. I'm very careful in my implementation. I have to see the stupid hierarchy out in my head, and then I have to figure out all the different permutations. Not permeations. I have to think about all the different damn freaking permutations for how this vehicle will work with other vehicles. That, for instance, is why I knew... That, for instance, is why I knew the Payload Changeout device, that was not going to work. Because I knew what the hierarchy was going to do. I knew that the landing gear would crack and strike. And then Anth tested it for me, and he got it to work a couple of times, and then it exploded. That's why I knew I had to rethink it. This was a good idea. And I'm still probably going to end up borrowing a lot of ideas from this, but yeah. But yeah, understanding the hierarchy and understanding how parts work in relation to other parts in KSP will make you a KSP master. That's what separates the people that just, you know, oh, I can land on the moon, from the people that build stuff like what Blitz builds, or like what Matt Lone builds, or something like that. Those guys understand the hierarchy, whether they think they do or not. Blitz especially. Blitz 75 on YouTube is probably one of the only other Kerbal content creators I know that has a very, very good fundamental understanding of how the hierarchy works. And that's not to say that, like, other Kerbal YouTubers don't, or other Kerbal streamers don't. I haven't seen it. You know, I've seen that Blitz knows and understands how the hierarchy in Kerbal works. Will hierarchy rules possibly remain the same in KSP 2? I don't know. Maybe, Sile. But you know what? Even if they don't, who cares? I'll figure it out. I know how games are put together. As long as KSP 2 is in a similar engine and it's in Unity, just like KSP 1 is, we will not have an issue. Yeah, see, Alex, that's how Blitz can build those big, huge, ridiculous things in KSP, because he understands the hierarchy. Whether he knows what it is or not, I don't know. We'd have to ask him. If you ask him like, hey, what do you know about KSP hierarchies? Let's see what he says, because that's what it's called. I studied this stuff in school. Hierarchical design when it comes to rigging 3D models is super important, or else the model doesn't work correctly. This is literally the same thing. That's why, you know, like in Gary's mod, you see the ragdolls freak out and their hands freak out and stuff like that. Like when people screw around in Gary. Do people still play Gary's mod? Because the rig is, you're doing something that the rig doesn't understand. Like basically you're bending a ragdoll's arm back like this, and if you were bending a person's arm back like that, right, it would break it. But the game doesn't have breaking. Gmod doesn't have like breaking physics in it, so it just freaks out because it doesn't know what to do. Whenever you see parts freak out in KSP, it's the exact same thing. A part that's freaking out is either under compression load or some kind of torsional load or whatever, or it's being crushed. But there's no, Kerbal isn't soft body. There's no crushing. That's not a thing in KSP. You can't crush a part. If you crush it too much, it'll register it as an impact and it'll just blow the part up. Starting the approach out of plane burn. Got it. Does this mean parts should snap to prevent these errors? Well, they do snap, Oforce. Between parts though, but individual parts are not compressible. Anytime you see a part doing this, that means it's under compression. That means it's being crushed. Or if you see a landing gear doing this, that means there's too much weight on it. That's Kerbal telling you. That's not the game freaking out or the physics freaking out. It's just that there's no compression. These aren't soft bodies. There's no compression physics in this. There's only compression physics between attached pieces, and you'll see a rocket accordion like that, which is what rockets do in real life. funny story. We talked about that a little bit earlier. But yeah, that's what's going on. Like, when this thing is on the pad and we saw the fairing plate doing this, that means it's being crushed under 1,300 tons of fuel and SSTO. But it's well within tolerance, but it's still being crushed. Just because a rocket launch pad can withstand a rocket launch, right, in real life, doesn't mean that it doesn't get damaged in some way, shape, or form when the rocket goes off. It's an explosion factory going off next to it, remember? Crew 3, 1 minute to another burn. Can we watch it this time in the background? Okay.
Invisible lines around the station that are monitored by flight controllers here in Houston, and they monitor these for any visiting vehicles arriving and departing at the station, regardless of the vehicle
and right
provider
when we switched to it, they got rid of it.
Be it crew or cargo.
Sandra's back. Shaniqua did the night shift. 2 is still in Unity.
It's
Tars,
fantastic to join
okay.
for this continuous
So,
coverage today of Crew 3's journey to the International Space Station, and thank you for all of your excellent questions. I encourage you to continue sharing those with the hashtag AskNASA. I'll be stepping off, and you will be joined by my coworker and colleague, that is Miss Sandra Jones. Thank you again.
I thought this was
allowing
Sandra.
me to help take you on this journey today. Go Crew 3, go SpaceX, and go NASA.
Sandra's coming in. Where's Gary? I want Gary back. I like Gary. Gary's my favorite. Earlier they were showing a live shot in the capsule. Bandit, they showed a live shot. I kept playing because we were trying to get to the Astra. Trying to see the Astra launch and stuff, which also got moved along with Electron, right? And they were showing live shots of the crew just hanging out, like shots we've never seen before last night. They were showing shots of them just chilling, eating MREs and stuff. I don't know if you were here for that. You may have been. Nice, Ando. Alright. I'm trying to think what else the base plate is going to need. This is basically good enough. Oh. That actually might get in the way, so we probably shouldn't put that right there. We probably should move it up here somewhere. Because when the SSTO is moving in... Still wish you could adjust the intensity of this thing, but yeah, they changed that. That's okay. RGB lights were my idea, Bandit. That was my idea. I'm the one that told C7 to do it. A little bit of Kerbal trivia. Z7 came in here one day, one of the original 3 developers for KSP, and he was like, at the time, he was like, hey, what, like, you have any suggestions on, like, RGB sliders on the lights? He's like, that's a good idea. I can do that right now. And then he went and did it. It was like, Mayor Goldie Wilson, I could run for mayor. That's a good idea. I'm like, yeah. That's my claim to fame. I invented the piano key necktie. I invented it, all right? Actually, I'm gonna put the spotlight try to put it outside of the area where we aligned to. You finished your Hubble model. Let me see. It looks good, Lunprod. Ask for a train next? Ah, right. This was years ago. This was like 7 years ago.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hokey gifted us up to Supercraft. I can do advanced stuff in KSP and go anywhere. I want to wait for KSP 2 and really invest thoroughly, understand the game, and go big with colonies. Yeah, I'll be doing that as well. Thanks, Hokey. Alright. Now, we still haven't solved our auto-strut problem here. I need to put something that's like 16 tons on here, you know? Like, wait, how bright is the little dash light? Oh, that's not bad. I'll think about putting those on later. We also need to make a truck alignment mechanism, but the auto strut one is the first and foremost the problem that we got to figure out. I mean, if I put fuel in this tank, I mean, I'm not sure how that's going to work. I don't want that to structurally mess with anything either. But if we put fuel in this tank right here, that should fix that problem. Alex, people take care of me. That's how. Alright, so you know what? I'm going to, I think, embed a counterweight here. Alex, yeah. Some people believe in me, dude. Just like I believed in you. Alright. So that thing weighs 18 tons, and I'll shut the fuel out on this thing. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta mess with something. Sorry, I had to move some windows around so I could change the song, because that if I play this playlist, it always tries to play that DMCA song right there. But it was over, the window was over on the monitor that's showing crew coverage, so I had to change it real quick.
I just want to let you know that I'm handing over to Dr. Blasco. He'll be with you for the remainder of your flight today. I do know you're excited for his wake-up song, but he's actually been practicing his yodeling. Spirit of Matthias, so if you ask real nice, he may oblige. It's been great flying with you, and good luck, folks.
Did they just say that the next core that's coming in is going to yodel?
Chris and the rest of the shift, we'll talk to you guys later, and welcome to Dr. Blasco and the approach shift, and looking forward to some yodeling.
Okay.
And we just heard the cores doing a handover. And if you're just joining us, you came at a perfect time. You're watching NASA's SpaceX Crew 3 mission, a 6-month rotational mission to the International Space Station.
Sounds like Andy on
The crew
comms
is awake.
today.
They've had a bite to eat. They checked in with the flight surgeons for a private medical conference. We did a fine-tuning burn, an out-of-plane burn just a few minutes ago. And we are, the next major event is for approach initiation at 2:06 p.m. Pacific time. My name is Andy Tran. I'm a quality engineer at SpaceX, and I'm joined by NASA's Sandra Jones.
Thanks, Andy. We are just a few hours away from the final approach and docking of Dragon to the International Space Station. At this hour, the crew is awake and ready to monitor the final steps. So let's recap.
So attaching and reattaching the base plate right there should have rerouted the auto struts, and everything should be strutted to this tank now.
The crew completed their final medical checks before joining the SpaceX team to get into their spacesuits. After suit up in the NASA Operations and Checkout building, the crew walked out, waving some final farewells to their family and friends waiting outside. Next destination for the crew was, of course, the launch pad. It was about a 20-minute Tesla ride to pad 39A, where the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon spacecraft
There's nothing
were waiting
blocking
for them.
the hierarchy there.
2.5 hours
I don't know
prior
why
to
it's not
launch,
picking
the
up
crew
the
ingressed
auto
or
strut on
entered
this
the
thing.
Crew Dragon spacecraft. Walking over that crew access arm and getting a last look out of those windows at Florida's Space Coast before heading into the White Room and the vehicle. 40 minutes prior to launch, the crew access arm retracted, and at T-minus 35 minutes before liftoff, the launch escape system was armed.
A-Trans unite!
The
A-Trans are everywhere,
on the launch
right
pad
now
or
in this
upon
very
ascent,
room.
should there be any anomaly with the vehicle. But it was not needed, as we saw a smooth ride into orbit yesterday. With 35 minutes to go into launch, propellant loading began.
Too bad they
filling
couldn't
the fuel
use
tanks
SpaceX's
for those
suiting building that they
Merlin
built.
N1D engines. And just 5 minutes before launch, Dragon entered.
They're NASA
terminal
astronauts, so they use
count.
NASA
Its
facilities,
onboard
Klein, but with
computers
SpaceX
took
suits.
control of
For
the
SpaceX
vehicle.
proprietary missions, they could use the suit room, yeah, like Inspiration 4.
At 9:03 p.m. Eastern Time or 6:03 p.m. Pacific Time, those 9 engines ignited and Falcon 9 lifted off in Space Launch Complex 39A. marking the
Dr.
first time
Tran, he has a
humans rode
PhD
Dragon
in
to
kicking
orbit.
your
The
butt,
Falcon 9 first
Dr.
stage at full
Tran.
power, our crew began their journey to the International Space Station. Just
All
after
right,
the
so
9-minute mark, the first
that's
stage
the anchor
landed
for this
on our
thing,
tunnel
and I
space
think
craft
what we'll
drone space
do
station
is
out
for the
in
base
West
plate,
Wilson.
I'm going to
Then a
need to
few
be able to
minutes after
control
that,
it
we
at some
had
point.
spacecraft
Now,
separation
for what I'm going to
from
need to
the
control it
Dragon
for, maybe, I don't know,
Falcon
maybe
9.
like turning the lights on
Our
or
initial
something.
orbit after Dragon separated from Falcon 9
So I'm going to go ahead
10
and
kilometers by 190 kilometers. Those values
attach
represent the orbit apogee
an octo.
for the highest point over the Earth, and the perigee for the lowest point over the Earth, which means that the orbit isn't quite a perfect circle.
We got Andy on the phone right now.
About 50 minutes after liftoff at 6
You are a horrible person. Sorry.
Pacific time, Dragon executed the phase burn,
No.
which is the first of 5 major burns required to raise Dragon's orbit and position it for approach to the International Space Station. Dragon raised its orbit using the Draco thrusters over the past day as it chases down the space station.
And just a few hours later, the boost burn took place. It puts our crew in an orbit where Dragon's apogee, again the highest point, will be 10 kilometers lower than the station. After that, we executed the close co-elliptic burn. This close burn placed Dragon on an orbit roughly co-elliptic with the space station, meaning that it was maintaining an orbit roughly 10 kilometers lower than the station the entire way around Earth. That's in contrast to only
He's got
being
a
10 kilometers
PhD
lower
in
than the station
kicking
during
your
Dragon's
butt.
highest point, again the apogee, which was achieved by the boost burn. Achieved by the boost burn, excuse me.
Then, more than 10 hours later, at 11:06 a.m.
Snake, I got a
Pacific time,
question.
or 19:06
What,
GMT, we
so, like,
executed
you know,
the 4th major maneuver
the
known as
surname
transfer
Tran,
burn.
like what
This is where
ethnicity
we're
is
raising
that? Like,
Dragon's apogee or
my
highest
last
point of
name
its
is
orbit to just
Italian, right? Because it has a
2.5
ton of
kilometers
freaking
below
vowels
the
in it. There's just
station.
vowels. everywhere.
rounded everything
It's
out
like
with a final burn at
right? Like
11:53 a.m. Pacific time.
Vietnamese.
To once
Yeah,
again
cool.
maintain
That's
a
what I thought.
constant
That's like
orbit,
South
lower
China,
than the station, this
in
time
like
just
Indochina.
2.5
That's where
kilometers
that name
and
comes
this
from,
was a
right?
shorter
Yeah, I
burn
didn't want to
lasting just
presume,
over
because that's
30
kind of a dick
seconds.
thing to do.
Now we're getting into the approach initiation and final stages of Dragon's rendezvous.
Snake, do you think
with the
anybody
space
here knows how to
station.
spell win?
This is also when we start integrated operations between the Dragon control team in Hawthorne and the space station flight controllers in Mission Control Houston. The teams will transition to
How much
integrated
Delta V does
option
Dragon have?
operations
There
roughly
must be
45
someone.
minutes prior to approach initiation.
Close, Buck. Oh, yep, Spammer's got it. Yep, Cloudboy, yeah, you guys got it. Nice. I had a buddy in high school, and his last name was Win. Nobody could say it. Everybody's like, Nguyen? Nguyen? I'm like, yeah, man, Nguyen. That's why that sounds funny. Avi, 9-month resub.
And giving an additional command capability to astronauts aboard the station. They'll also maneuver Dragon
When hop? Oh, God.
Angle and initialize the navigation sensors used for the methodical approach to the
So Sadkovsky, how much Delta V Dragon has? It's probably not more than 500 meters a second with the RCS. Keep in mind, let me explain that in Kerbal terms. 500 meters a second for on-orbit velocity would be like having probably like 50 meters a second RCS, maybe 60 meters a second RCS in KSP. Once you're on orbit, it's not that much. You don't need it. It only goes to the space station and back. It doesn't need much RCS.
And a short time ago, the approach initiation burn took place, and that is where Dragon is now about 2.5
Anyway,
kilometers
yeah,
below station.
I was just curious.
And just about 7 kilometers behind it. This swings Dragon up into its final quarter mile, which is around 400 meters directly below the station.
I'm just gonna cover these up. This kind of open gap kind of is annoying looking.
This maneuver will
Yeah,
also
people always try
Dragon
to
inside
pronounce
one
the
of two
guy in
checkpoints
there.
around the
New
station
guy?
that requires a
New
set of
guy?
no-go
New
poles with the
guy?
control team.
Nuggets?
The first checkpoint is
I
called
know,
the approach
dude, yeah, guy had the-
ellipsoid, or as you might hear it called the AE. It's an
Yeah,
imaginary shape
yeah.
measuring 4
No,
kilometers by 2
my buddy
kilometers by 2
freaking.
kilometers, essentially a large
That's how we
three-dimensional
became
oval.
friends.
Before Dragon is given
We
permission
became
to
friends
move
because nobody could
inside
say
the
my last name
ellipsoid,
and nobody could say
the
his
capsule is
last name.
considered to be
I'm dead
on
serious.
what is
That's
known as a 24-hour
so
safety
screwed up.
trajectory.
Nobody could
This
say her
means if
names
Dragon
right.
lost all control to its thrusters, it would be at least 24
My name just has a lot of vowels in
hours
it,
before its trajectory
man.
would move
Like, I won't
inside the
say it,
approach
but it's
ellipsoid.
just it's a lot of vowels.
And once Dragon arrives at 400 meters,
We'll say fettuccine. We'll call it fettuccine. Leave it at that. Now, people would know how to pronounce that. Oh, like the food, right? Like,
but if all systems are good, it can continue approach to waypoint 1. The NASA and SpaceX teams will do a go-no-go poll to move Dragon inside the keep-out sphere, another checkpoint that consists of an imaginary sphere around the station.
how much of RO have you played? I don't think that's a good comparison.
Flight controllers use this to monitor all arriving and departing vehicles. This is another chance to confirm all the guidance, navigation, and control systems are working correctly on Dragon's
I don't know. I haven't played a lot of RSSRO. I only play Kerbal on stream. I try not to play it off stream because I don't want to have a breakthrough and then have to explain it later. I want all of my Kerbal work documented.
rather than the 24 hours required to enter the approach ellipsoid.
Riatori? Yeah, something like that. Except that I'm not as big of a piece of crap as he is. Goat them! I'm probably going to get some flack for that from F1 fans. It's alright. I'm trying to just cover up this gap here, but then again, maybe we should work on the crane. It's also kind of funny how often people get my name confused. Like, I can see why. But it happens. So, Snake, maybe I don't see it because I was introduced to, you know, pronouncing these names correctly at, like, when I was a lot younger. I don't know how could that, like, I don't see how could it possibly be how could your name possibly be misconstrued at all? Like, How does that like what do you not know how to English? Like, I'm confused. They try too hard. Okay, I got you, brother.
No response required, but we are now less than 2.5 hours to our earliest docking time.
Yeah, baby. I'm not sure I like that. Let's just, like I said, I'm putting these panels here to just cover this up, this seam up.
We're just some cabin ups, and we'll be working suit downing shortly.
Yep, they're gonna put the suits on for rendezvous operations. It's a set of standards called RPOD, Rendezvous Proximity and Docking Operations.
Swing it up and out in front of the station, arriving at a distance of approximately 220 meters. At this point, it will be on what we call the docking axis, which essentially means it is directly in front of the docking port. The crew
aligned with the station's V-bar.
Port on station, the Node 2 forward port. That is where Dragon docked for all of the other crewed missions so far, and is where one of 2 international docking adapters is located, installed specifically for these new commercial spacecraft flights, as well as any other future spacecraft that use the international docking standard.
Johnson is super easy to pronounce, yeah.
Now, once Dragon is only 20 meters away at waypoint.
You don't know me.
The spacecraft focuses on aligning its docking system with the international docking adapter.
Spelling throws people in a bit of a loop too, but having a 2-letter name isn't too common, I guess. I guess in Western names, yeah, probably not.
And then
you probably get Anne a lot. Anne? Yeah. Anne, are you here?
Dragon will fly in and make contact with the IDA, giving us what we call soft capture.
It's like that scene in Gran Torino where he's at the dude's at the doctor's office and the person's like, Kolsky? Kolsky? And he's like,
secure Dragon to its new home on the International Space Station. The station crew, namely NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei, will
hail to the king, baby.
The vestibule or the area between the Dragon hatch and the station hatch. Meanwhile, umbilicals that provide power, audio, and data connections from the station to Dragon are put into place. Then it's time for leak
that
checks
picture's
and
pretty
hatch
cool.
opening, which is currently timelined to come about 2 hours.
All right, so I have my anchor weights here. You know what? We'll call them anchor watts while we're on the subject.
Has a very busy afternoon and evening ahead.
We'll call them anchor watts.
The crew is getting ready to
it's a good idea.
Spacesuits. Earliest docking time right now is 3:33 p.m. Pacific time. So
what these are designed to do here, guys, is when the SSTO docks, this is the heaviest part in the hierarchy. This part with fuel in it is heavier than any particular part on the SSTO. So what's going to happen is, because these are the landing gear are picking up on symmetry in the heaviest, in their auto strut lock to heaviest part, the left landing gear, or the port side landing gear here, will strut to that, and the starboard side landing gear will strut to that, and the port side landing gear will strut to that, and the starboard side landing gear will strut to that as well. On top of that, these are locked to heaviest part auto strut as well, same with that, and same with all the rover wheels. All of those will strut to my anchor weights. I've used anchor weights before to flip full hierarchies, and sometimes, believe it or not, well, we're going back to talking about flipping hierarchies around and why it's bad. Sometimes I've intentionally flipped hierarchies on craft files to get them to work correctly. I noticed that I didn't get it right, and then I'll dock it in a weird way to a space station to flip the hierarchy. But I never actually talk about it because sometimes I'm not 100% sure if it will work. So I'm not like saying, okay, I'm going to try to flip the hierarchy here. No, I'm going to dock that to that. Oh, it didn't explode. All right, we're good. Never mind. Your doctor's last name is Ryu. He likes to call himself Dr. Tony so people don't get confused. To me, it's obviously Ryu. I get you. Yeah, Ryu. Yeah. Ryu. Yeah, I got you. All right. Anyway. So that's gonna not fake everything out. That's gonna run a bunch of imaginary struts to suspend the vehicle in place. That's an old meme dish. You're dating yourself. Now we got to work on the guide rails. I know I'm a wise butt, but please see last. Delta V scales with the root of the size factor. RO is 10 times bigger, so delta V requirements are more like 3 times as much. Yeah, sure. Okay. Good. Yeah, you're probably right, man. Like, the point that I was trying to get at, which you missed, was that the capsule up there, Dragon up there, does not have a lot of Delta V. It's not like it's going to go to the moon or anything. It's about enough Delta V to do a bunch of course maneuvers, low Delta V maneuvers, get to the ISS, rendezvous proximity operations, dock to that, undock, put itself into another orbit, and then deorbit. That's not that much Delta V. That's the point that I was trying to make. The numbers may have been a little bit on the estimated side, but you know, it was on an estimated side to kind of demonstrate the analogy a little better. Doesn't mean they were 100% accurate, human. But your German is showing, by the way. Hey, RB. Jurassic Park. That's not a dinosaur. Wow, that's some really good compositing. That's awesome. Okay, I'm super pedantic. We know you are. Your German is showing. I'm just giving you crap, man. I know, you're right. You're absolutely right. Alright. So now we gotta work on the guide rails. Let's get these guide rails figured out, dudes. As implemented, this all should work correctly. So we're gonna flip this over. And we need to work on guides down here for the truck. Germans are not pedantic, they are precise. That's exactly what a German would say. No, we are not being pedants, we want to be right all the time. No, that is not how that works. You're not saying that correctly. Yeah, I know, it was a joke. It's not supposed to be precise. No, that's not funny, because it's not precise. What is the frame thing for? Payload integration, Rocketman. I need to anchor the SSTO to something big and heavy, so I can get it to sit on the ground without moving around, and then get it off of the landing gear. We need to be able to get it off of the rover wheels. So I don't want the entire SSTO's weight sitting on landing gear and then try to dock things to it. It could break. Don't want that. When is the dock currently predicted for? About 2 hours and 15. What's this soapbox? Let me take a look. Oh, I'll have to check that out. They moved up on the timeline, Firebird. They were originally trying to dock around 7, but everything is going actually pretty dang well. That they're up, what's called up on the mission timeline. You know how every mission has a MET, mission elapsed time? Well, there are certain events that are supposed to happen at certain times on the mission timeline, and your MET should correlate to those events. But if you get those events done quick, or you get them done fast, right? Then you can go up on the timeline and you can do stuff. You could do stuff earlier. You don't need to wait. The reason why, like, what do you mean, EJ? Why might some of these events that they do take longer than others? Well, maybe the astronauts aren't as hungry. Maybe they eat half of an MRE instead of the whole thing, right? You know, so a thing that's supposed to take 30 minutes now takes 15. The other thing is that they purposely put a lot of redundancy into things. So if they think that an astronaut's going to take 30 minutes to eat an MRE, they'll give them an hour, right? They'll give them an hour for chow time. And in reality, they're going to get it done in like 30 minutes, right? And then have a digestion period. And they leave a lot of leeway in the timeline to take into account things that, you know, if things go wrong, you know, knock on wood. So, you know, if something does happen, they have an ample amount of time before the next deadline to fix that problem and then keep going on with the mission as planned. That's a good way to put a lot of redundancy into your mission profile. to be able to ensure mission success. Long story short, give yourself a little bit of leeway in case something happens. But if nothing happens, you know, knock on wood again, you know, if nothing happens and everything goes to plan, you can get stuff done quicker. Yep, see, there's a picture of her. We watched that Dragon launch yesterday. Some of you guys actually were down there and watched it launch. It's pretty freaking cool, man. I mean, that's they leave leeway in the timeline for that reason as well, Bram, but yeah. Like giving a craft file a little more fuel. If you burn wrong, you can leave the craft stranded there. That would be the way to do that in KSP, TJ, yeah. NASA, in reality, is... the margins are not that high. And that goes back to what I was talking about when Sialkowski asked me how much delta V does it have. It really can't be more than... I mean, I said 500 meters a second before. It's probably more than that, but not much. Not as much as you'd think. Like, the Dragon capsule ain't going... It really can't go much further than where the shuttle could. So, like, maybe 500-600 kilometers. Like, even where Inspiration 4 went, the SpaceX engineers, if you watch the I-4 documentary, they were like, yeah, okay. So, that tells me that it does not have a lot of delta V. And the margins, well, the margins will exponentially fall off the higher your apogee goes. The higher you circularize. You gotta be careful. One of the things that they had to worry about during the shuttle missions when it was going to service Hubble is using too much fuel. Your fuel margins are extremely low. You really can't mess it up. You do one false move, you burn too far. And keep in mind, there are dynamic operations here, like rendezvousing near Hubble, and then trying to move the arm into place where you can grapple the thing. You know, so you gotta use the shuttle's RCS to get near it, stop, station keep, and then grab it with the arm.
You have a go to begin with suit donning procedure.
Okay, Crew 3 is going to put on their suits now. They go to proceed with suit donning. The margins could get extremely thin. So think about it like this. The shuttle doesn't... If the shuttle doesn't have enough delta V to do a proper deorbit burn, they could go to try and re-enter, and he could A, not re-enter and strand the shuttle up in space with no fuel, which would be horrifying. Or, you know, they might not get the perigee, the descent perigee right during the deorbit burn, and they could land in New Mexico somewhere, or they could, worst case scenario, in the Pacific Ocean somewhere, coming completely off course. But keep in mind, the shuttle does have a lot of cross-range capability, so it does have a fail-safe in case something like that happens. The wings, you can fly a lot further, and you can get near something, right? Altitude is insurance, right? And the shuttle flies very high. But, yeah, you gotta... The margins got razor thin with the RCS, with the shuttle and the Hubble missions, because it's a very dynamic environment. There's no automatic docking to the Hubble. You have to do it manually. Hubble doesn't have any docking equipment on it. Right? Think about that for a second. Tough. Can you imagine doing a manual dock like that with the space shuttle with the arm hanging off the side of it? Payload bay doors open? Like, shuttle, his payload bay doors wide. And then you have to maneuver the shuttle close enough to the Hubble without blowing RCS on the damn thing. Because if you outgas the RCS and some of that gas hits the Hubble, it's just gonna... Or its gyros will start making it do this. That's dangerous, man. Very dangerous missions. Yeah. Yeah, RTR, that's what I'm talking about. There are very strict usage on fuel because they don't carry a lot. The margins are pretty low. Margin meaning, you know, by the time Falcon 9 and Dragon use all that fuel to get up into space, there's not much fuel left over in the capsule. There's only enough to get to the ISS and then dock to the ISS, and then undock from the ISS and deorbit, and then there's maybe a little bit left over. The shuttle was the same way. They always had a little bit left over for the RCS during landing, and that's why they needed to send the guys out with escape suits to purge out, to close out the shuttle's systems and power it down. Like when back in the day when you went, you go to Windows and you hit the shutdown button and it says it's now safe to turn off your computer, right? I mean, nowadays people just hit the damn button, right, and it shuts off. Or you can do that. Yeah, you can't just hit the button on the shuttle and power everything down. You'll break something. Yep, that's right, Starchface. A lot of people don't know that the shuttle's radiator panels were plumbed up in series initially. So, meaning the coolant went from radiator 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. They were plumbed in series. And the coolant went around the back of the payload bay. So it went out the starboard side of the payload bay through the 2 radiators on the starboard side, through the orbiter aft section, and then back up to the 2 panels on the port side, and then back into the avionics bay, which is in the front of the shuttle, right? They were wired in series. So you poke a radiator, scrub the mission, come back down. Micrometeorite hits the radiator, punches a hole in it, immediate abort, come back down. Thankfully, it never happened. But a thing that they did introduce retroactively into the shuttle was the radiators ended up being wired in parallel, or plumbed in parallel. So they could afford one radiator panel getting punctured, and they could isolate it and shut the coolant loops off. Could they carry an additional module for Dragon in the trunk? It could be attached to the second stage, not the Dragon in case of an abort. Sure, human. I don't see why they couldn't. Dragon just uses a modified Falcon 9 payload attachment fitting. I don't see why you couldn't do that. I don't see why you couldn't pluck it off like Apollo style. I mean, I don't see why that couldn't happen. Pretty much, RTR. Yeah, you puncture a hole, you punch a hole in the radiators, and it starts leaking coolant. Jettison the saucer section, come back down right now, or else the computers will just fry themselves. And if the computers fry themselves on the shuttle, you're screwed. That's death. Yeah, that's why they're like, nope, okay, yep. See last. With your fueling of the pad, you said you use 4 trucks. Is that launching 1 truck 4 times? That's correct, Anth. I'm using the big fuel truck that I developed to refuel the small SSTO pad, a bunch all at once. You need 4 of them. I could make a bigger fueling truck, but yeah. Alright, guide rails for this. So I noticed something with the SSTO's alignment system. When we go to back this up, alright, we might have to use the jacks to lift this up. And if we do, we'd have to... I'm not sure if docking while the jacks are deployed is a good idea.
Endurance of Houston, loud and clear on the big loop, help me.
Endurance of Houston, loud and clear. Good to hear your voice, Josh.
Likewise. And Dragon, SpaceX has you 5x5 on the big loop. How me?
And due to finding out you have to fuel the pad 4 times, I tested the truck. I tested with 1 truck 4 times. 15 pad launches times 4 equals 60 scene changes. That severely affects the pad. Yeah, docking operations do cause drift, man. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Thomas, that's true. What if they did... Yeah, I was gonna say, they could pop the nose cone while it's still attached to the second stage, but then they'd tow the second stage up into space. Yeah, that's not a good idea. Or they could just use the reverse thrusters, which are facing backwards. You could use those, but I don't think it would have enough fuel.
Great to hear your voice. Looking forward to your arrival. See you soon.
That's part of the reason why Orion's forward and backward thrusters, Thomas, are behind the capsule on the service module and pointed out at 45 degrees, so Orion can pluck stuff out of a payload bay and be used kind of as an orbital tug. There's a reason why they did that way.
Put away.
Getting vehicles to interface and work together like that in one piece, Buck, is complicated architecture. It's a hard thing to do. But yeah, it's possible. That would probably be a simpler way to do it.
Dragon, 22 uses, and we'll let you know when the cameras are back on board.
22-0.
Alright, let me think about this.
And copy that, 22-0.
So... let me deploy the gear. I want to see something. No. If I deploy the gear, then the truck won't be touching the ground. And if the truck isn't touching the ground, how do I keep this thing aligned? But my cosine losses... yeah. Yeah. How am I going to do this? Yeah, so I can't deploy the gear. It has to be with this. But how do... see, I'm wondering. If we can... we dock this like this, right? I would have to push this up a little ways. Like...
and Dragon, cameras are internal.
like if we, you know, misaligned it by a little bit, right? We'd have to intentionally misalign it. And then we could use the jacks to push this thing up. But see, what I'm wondering is, what happens when we do that? We push the jacks, right? If anything, pushing the jacks up here could crunch this thing, especially when we go to dock. That could clip this thing into the ground, because we know that it bends from what we just saw of recovering number 9. We know that this part will bend up front, and that's because of the way that that docking port is attached. So that's probably not a good idea. That's gonna, I mean, and even if that doesn't happen, it's still gonna bend anyway. We could have it just straight dock to this thing, and if we do that, some of these are still touching the ground. That means during docking operations, because these wheels are still touching the ground, they might crack. They won't crack it. They won't crack and strike. If they crack and strike, they'll pop. The wheels will just break. All of the wheels will just break. So that's not a good idea either. Well, this is my ground anchor, Foo-Face. Yeah, the U-shaped thing is the ground anchor. I don't like using ground anchors. Ground anchors drift. This does not drift. It drifts over the terrain, but the parts don't drift because there's no robotics. I mean, they do to an extent, but that's another story. Just a freestanding 3-axis crane. Foo-Face, that's actually what I wanted to do. I wanted to make a big gantry crane that I wanted to make, a gantry crane that can go forward, back, left, and right. And that way I could just we could put payload alignment systems right here. And I could just drive the payloads in, move the crane here, shift it this way, pick it up, move it this way, and then move it back, right? Like, that's what I wanted to do. But 2-axis gantry crane might be a little bit on the complicated side, man.
Our preference would be if you guys are still getting the suit donning, is we can just leave those off until you guys are ready.
But I do have an idea for a way to do it that could be, it could work. Why do you need to align the vehicle? How can a crane rotate a payload? If the vehicle is like this and my crane is like this and I can only move forward, back, left, right, how do we turn the payload to align with the SSTO?
I'm NASA's Courtney Beasley alongside Andy Tran. It's been an exciting last 20 hours of this flight for the Crew 3 crew.
Yeah, it's been super exciting. The crew's been in space for about 20
Hinges.
hours approximately. We also saw some views of the Dragon capsule from the International Space Station just a few moments ago. The Dragon vehicle and the crew are methodically, slowly making their approach to the International Space Station.
That's right, and next we are waiting for Dragon to be given the go for approach. Once Dragon gets the go, Draco thrusters on Dragon will fire for the approach initiation burn when Dragon is about 2.5 kilometers below station and just about 7 kilometers behind it. This will swing Dragon up until it's about 400 meters or about a quarter mile directly below the International Space Station.
Foo, I think you don't understand how like that stuff shifts around on the ground unless you anchor it to something big. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I don't think you understand that, and I'm not trying to be a jerk, dude. If I just had a crane and I just lifted stuff up and put it in the SSTO when the landing gear were touching the ground, it'll crack and strike. It'll explode. Even if I dock this to this piece right here, I dock it to the big holder like this. These rover wheels are still touching the ground.
What is known as a 24-hour safe trajectory. This means that if Dragon were to somehow lose control,
There's servos, Zeppelin. We don't need to worry about that.
24 hours before its
But
trajectory.
to answer your question, you can put RPM limits on them. You could put a 10 RPM limit and make the torquiest motor ever.
So again, we're standing by for that go, no-go, which will happen internally.
Drive the payload truck in, pick it up, drive the truck out, pull SSTO in, and drop it in. That was the original idea that we have. What happens if I want to put 3 or 4 different payloads in here, Foo-Face? Do I have to drive the truck in, pick it up, put it in, drive the SSTO out, put the truck back in, pick another payload up, put the SSTO in, put it back down? I don't want to do that. I want the ability to be able to stage payloads. No, that's not a good idea. I do like the 3-axis crane, though. Up, down, forward, back, left, right. That would make it so I could stage, like, 1 payload truck here, 1 payload truck here, and 1 payload truck there. We could put or have 1 payload truck that has, like, 3 or 4 different payloads in it. Pluck them out, put them in. Pluck them out, put it in. Pluck it out, put it in. Right? I like that idea. A 3-axis crane will be able to get us there. But we have to figure out how to anchor this thing into the ground before we do that. Like, that's important. It's really important to get that correct.
And they'll continue that through the docking phase.
Yeah, and before we dock to the International Space Station, they'll need to perform a leak check on their spacesuits. They've done several as part of this mission, but again, anytime we're putting on those spacesuits, we want to make sure that they are put on correctly and
Go for approach initiation, and we'll be enabling the maneuver shortly. The expected start time is per your displays.
Okay. Coming up on our pod, they're starting the rotational maneuvers. Of course, they moved the timeline up,
All right?
right?
A go from the core here in Hawthorne, and the crew confirms a good read, and they are a go for that approach initiation. So Dragon has just been.
And I think there's a way to do it and minimize drift, but
Thrusters on Dragon will fire for the approach initiation burn when Dragon is.
we gotta cross that bridge when we get to it.
Below the station, and
I still gotta figure out a way to anchor this to the ground.
This will swing Dragon up until it's about 400 meters or a quarter mile directly below the station.
so again, this is going to be putting the Dragon vehicle inside of 1 of 2 checkout points that requires a set of go no go.
An old
protocols
interstage,
with the
Thomas,
different
huh?
control teams. We just heard that we were go for the first one, and so we're going to be entering.
Well, IQ, they're just up on the timelines, dude.
It's an imaginary shape.
Nothing's gonna beat Soyuz to the ISS
Giant oval around the International Space Station.
in the near
For the
future.
Dragon vehicle,
I mean, they got a progress up there in 3 hours, which is pretty damn impressive.
What is known as a 24-hour safe trajectory. Again, that means that if Dragon were to somehow lose
alignment,
control
Anth, is the way you reduce drift.
it would be at least 24
Yeah,
hours
that's the way,
before
right?
its trajectory
Alignment.
would move inside of the approach ellipsoid.
And while we wait for the approach initiation burn, let's check back in with Sandra Jones in Houston. Sandra.
Thanks, Courtney. Good afternoon and welcome back to Mission Control Houston and NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I'm NASA's Sandra Jones and we're inside the space station flight control room where teams are being led by Rebecca Wingfield for Dragon's approach and docking. On board station, there are currently 3 astronauts and cosmonauts, including NASA's Mark Vande Hei and Roscosmos cosmonauts Pyotr Dubrov and Anton Shkaplerov, who is the current.
It really depends on phasing IQ, but I don't see why they couldn't do it in the future. You're right. Does Crew Dragon have the potential to match or even beat the Soyuz transit time to the ISS? The reason why Soyuz can get there so fast, Reaper, is because they've done it a lot of times. It's a very well understood vehicle because it's been flying for a long time. Someday when Dragon flies as long as Soyuz, hopefully that doesn't happen, hopefully we have a Starship by then yeah, sure, why not? It's all about data, guys. It ain't what you know, it's what you can prove. That's really important to understand.
The teams on the ground in Mission Control Houston and the systems on
Interesting,
board
Thomas.
station remain go to receive Dragon at 5:32 p.m. Central Time. That's the latest from Mission Control Houston. Back over to Hawthorne.
And thank you, Sandra, for the update. We were talking about the suits earlier and how they had to do a leak check. It is important that we make sure that when we do apply pressure, there are no leaks. The suits themselves are extremely intelligent, and in case of a depressurization event, we want to make sure that they can maintain pressure and keep the astronauts safe.
Using the jacks to put this...
Leak checks on the hatches inside of the International Space Station and, of course, on the Dragon side. So these leak checks will actually continue from here until they arrive at the International Space Station. And there's the hatch.
So this is a view of APAS hatch on the International Space Station.
That is axial common berthing mechanism vestibule. That's where Crew 3 will come in to the space station. Behind that door is a pressurized mating adapter, which is kind of banana-shaped almost. You'll know it when you see it. It's a banana-shaped docking adapter that converts the CBM docking port on the ISS to APAS 95, which was the shuttle's docking port. Attached to the APAS 95 port on the front of the pressurized mating adapter is the international docking adapter. The IDA is another adapter that converts the shuttle's APAS 95 docking port to the International Docking System Standard, IDSS, or the docking port that Starliner and Dragon are using. And that, my lord, is how we know the docking adapter to be banana-shaped. It's banana-shaped. It is.
Aboard Endurance, and check their communications with
Yeah, this is a shot inside the space station.
We're getting a view now from inside of Dragon and then back on the International Space Station side at the Node 2 hatch. Again, we are in the approach phase right now, coming up on that approach initiation burn.
So when Dragon does dock to the International Space Station,
I'm gonna make it so this thing has to lift itself up a little bit with the jacks. So we'll lift up, we'll dock, and then we retract the jacks. And that should work, but I'm still worried that this is gonna cause drifting problems, but
docking will be unpressurized. And so there is a sequence of events that need to happen to make sure that that area is pressurized, it is safe for the astronauts on both the International Space Station side and the Dragon capsule to enter. And so they'll go through a number of pressurizations, leak checks, and equalization procedures to make sure, again, the astronauts can pass to and from that vestibule section.
And the International Space Station is currently flying above South America. We'll continue to get some beautiful Earth views.
I think I got a way to solve that problem. Problem that I'm going to try is just doing the root part here. And I know I said don't use root part. You can use root part when you're close in the hierarchy. So the lander can has the docking port attached to it,
major burn to take us
right?
into the approach
And then this docking port is attached to the girder segment, which is in my original 5 degrees of separation. Root parts should work correctly in this. What's docking? Crew 3 is docking to the ISS.
Together to safely bring Crew 3 home for the next 6 months at the International Space Station.
Yeah, they have quite a journey ahead of them. Lots and lots of science. I believe there are over.
I tested this on Rocket Guy's crane. It still works with docking port drift to some degree.
And hardware from Dragon that they'll be bringing up to the International Space Station to help support all that science that they'll be doing over the next 6 months. For now, until we wait the approach initiation burn, we are enjoying some really, really cool views of the International Space Station.
Use a docking port to just bend it back into position.
Solar arrays on the left-hand side and the sun in the background.
Oh, I thought you said what's docking, Alleviate. Sorry, I misread. Sometimes I read a little too quickly. An hour 45. They're up on the timeline. Docking was supposed to be at 7, but now they moved it forward to 6:33 because everything's going very well. That's a picture off the back of the P3 truss segment looking at the radiator panels.
Yes, we had to change our schedules a little bit. Originally, Crew 3 was supposed to launch on Halloween weekend. Weather was not cooperating in our favor, and so the support teams and the launch team had to do a little bit of shuffling. So we ended up bringing Crew 2 back just a few days ago, and now Crew 3 is going to be heading up to the International Space Station. They did sort of an off-nominal handoff in terms of they weren't able to hand off in person at the International Space Station and had to do it virtually.
Right, so an indirect handover, but of course Crew 2 got everything prepared for Crew 3 to arrive. All that science is ready for them. There were videos that showed Shane Kimbrough with their suitcases up there with their clothes ready to go. So everyone's excited. Mark Vandehei will be inside the International Space Station today, monitoring.
Yeah, Alleviate. That was the whole idea about mission mode. It'll teach you about how integrated operations work. I use it to teach myself to get better at analyzation. This is how I... Dude, I don't need a source. I don't need to say sources say for how this stuff works. I put myself into a scenario that has the same, a similar rule set. Not exactly to that, to like how it really works. So basically, I read how it really works, and I said, how can I apply that mentality to KSP? That's mission mode. And what mission mode ends up doing is it doesn't just teach you how space programs go together. It teaches you the mindset. It teaches you the mindset that you need to be in to conduct operations like this. That's why mission mode is so damn important, and that's why I refuse to not play it. Like, I'm not going to burn out on Kerbal, because there's always something new to learn. This is how... You ever notice in press conferences, for instance, dude? Like, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn. You ever know how in press conferences I always scoff at reporters because I'm like, that's such a stupid question? And don't get me wrong, I shouldn't do that. I know I shouldn't do that. But I know the answer to the questions because I really, really take the time to learn and understand. These reporters, I mean, don't get me wrong, they ask stupid questions because they need to get it on record. So they can cite a source correctly. I understand why they do it. And I still have to tell myself that, right? But I can answer most of those reporters' questions. Most of the questions that they have about different rockets that get asked in different press conferences about stuff, I can answer. I don't need to hear the response from NASA. I can answer them myself. Like the parachute stuff, the parachute data fault analysis with the Crew 2 landing when one of the parachutes didn't unfurl right away. I already had the workflow figured out for that. I said it right as it happened. I said, look, they're going to try to figure out what happened. If it's something that they've seen before and it's something that they expected, it's nothing new, right? So there's no cause for concern. If it's not something that they've seen before, well, what does that tell you? Parachute testing wasn't good enough, right? I already had the workflow figured out, and I already had the answers that NASA had in the press conference like 2 days later about this stuff. I had it figured out in 5 minutes. And don't get me wrong, so did NASA. NASA probably figured it out faster than me. They probably figured it out while it was happening. You know? But that's what I mean about the mentality. how you have to go about solving problems and how you answer these questions. It helps me gauge what NASA and SpaceX and what everybody's doing a lot better. I can gauge it and I can understand it, and I don't need a damn source to cite either. You know, I know the processes, I know how they work. And this stuff teaches you how to go about this stuff.
The astronauts stay very, very busy. There are a couple of operational tasks that need to happen immediately upon docking and egressing the Dragon capsule and entering.
BJ, could you switch to a Dodge for a year for 150K plus a Hellcat? They're hiring a chief donut operator. Wait, what?
To the Dragon that needs to be installed. There's also some lithium hydroxide cartridges which extract carbon dioxide from the air.
Not to steal Timmy's saying, but I feel like you bring space down to earth for everyday people, which is very difficult. It's something that I take very seriously, Alleviate. Yeah, I take that very seriously, and it's like one of my that's like my core. It's a core value to the stream, dude.
I think it's going to be a big part of some of the things that they do, not just today, but probably.
What is this, Snickers?
Couple of days.
Dodge will pay someone $150,000 to drive a Hellcat muscle car for a year. Dodge is putting the pedal to the metal as it drives forward to the debut of its first all-electric muscle car. Hang on, what is this? Dodge will pay someone 150 G's to drive a Hellcat muscle car for a year. Okay. Dodge is putting the pedal to the metal as it drives towards the debut of its first all-electric muscle car. The brand has announced a new business plan called Never Lift that combines new products and giveaways with a rebooted performance parts business. The project includes the hiring of a chief donut maker who will be paid $150,000 a year, $150,000 for a year to drive a Hellcat SRT Challenger and be an ambassador for the brand at select events scheduled around their day job. There's also a 25/8 promotion that's named to signal Dodge works harder than 24/7, and we'll have celebrities from the automotive, sports, and entertainment world giving away dream cars through individual sweepstakes. As it coincides with the launch of Direct Connection. Oh, they brought back Direct Connection. Yo, cool. Direct Connection was Chrysler's after, like OEM parts source for the longest time, like what FOMOCO is to Ford. They got rid of it a long time ago. They're bringing back Direct Connection as a performance brand. That's cool. Performance and racing parts brand and network power brokers, which are Dodge is. Dude, I'd do that. Sure. Actually, doing it around streaming would be a really, really good thing. But I'm known, that's the problem. I'm known as being a huge Ford nut. So, but I do own an old Mopar, and I do know a lot about old Mopars. Direct Connection is a reboot of the brand that was first created in 1974 and later became Mopar Performance Parts. Yep, see? That's what the last part of the thing says. The new catalog will run the gamut from factory warranted tuning kits that can boost the power of a Hellcat engine by 100 horsepower or more to full Dodge Challenger bodies for drag racing builds. What? They're selling shells? No freaking way. I thought that was just a picture. I'm just going to leave that article up, Snickers. Subaru just announced its first electric car, too. Huh. Is that engine going to crack in half when it doesn't work, when it breaks, too? Or?
So we have another question here. How long will it take the crew to adjust to GMT once on board the station?
Well, really, they really start adjusting their sleep for launch beforehand, so they'll essentially just jump right into it when they get to the International Space Station.
How are we going to make an alignment system here?
Or go to sleep a little earlier if they need to, but really they adjust within the first couple of days, and then of course that makes for a much smoother stay aboard the International Space Station.
Yeah, as part of their journey to the International Space Station, they had a sleep period.
So you're saying there's a chance?
From about 3 a.m. Pacific time until about 11 a.m. Pacific time. So again, Courtney, you're right on. The astronauts really, weeks before the launch, they'll start adjusting themselves. That way, again, once they reach the International Space Station, they can sort of hit the ground running.
So if you're just joining us, we did get that go for the approach initiation burn. Right now we're about 12 minutes away from the start of that burn. Burn is expected to last about 90 seconds or a minute and a half. And we'll continue getting these views of Dragon, and again, they'll continue to get clearer as they come in closer. And on your screen right now, those little pixelations, those are not stars, although they might look like it. Those are just dots on the camera or radiation hits to the camera. So the view we're getting right now is a little pixelated around Dragon. So that's what those dots you're seeing on your screen are right now.
So at this stage, Dragon is about 2.5 kilometers below.
I think this could make a good alignment mechanism.
Initiation burn. It'll definitely last for a little bit, but its job is to take Dragon 400 meters away. So 2.5 kilometers to just 400 meters away from the International Space Station. That's coming up here in a couple of minutes.
Getting views now from Mission Control Hawthorne. Again, working with teams in Mission Control Houston. They are in joint operations right now to safely bring Dragon home for the next 6 months to the International Space Station.
To safely bring Dragon home for the next 6 months. Okay.
Yes, at this point,
What about the Electric Vic?
About 30 minutes ago, we heard the calls that the crew were donning their suits.
Oh.
I think at that when they were
what?
When they were communicating, some of them I think had already put their suits on.
Oh, yeah, man, we saw that. That's pretty neat.
Suits in preparation for this burn.
That's pretty neat.
We also saw views of them earlier when they were.
We're all suited and various.
You don't need these docking ports back here, to be honest with you.
And to copy that, Dragon, all crew members are suited and finishing securement of their restraints.
So I gotta.
And there we just heard it.
Yes,
the alignment mechanism needs to go out a little ways. It needs to go outside of the jacks.
Essentially buffing themselves into the chairs of the Dragon vehicle. So the spacesuits themselves are customized to each of the crew. The chairs are also customizable. So again, fit and function are super important when you're doing something of this magnitude.
Yeah, and the make of them is so sleek. Those gloves are actually touchscreen capable so that they can touch those displays right above them. Super cool. Now just 9 minutes to the approach initiation burn start.
Yes, I was saying earlier, we got some views inside the cabin. We got some videos where they were, I think Raja, the commander, was throwing macadamia nuts to his crew members. So they are having lots of fun in space and inside Dragon. I'm sure that will continue through the International Space Station as well.
Okay, so my alignment, there's my alignment brackets. So now what I need to do is put an I-beam structure here.
NASA, so continue to submit those, and we'll answer as many as we can live here on air.
Was away for an half an hour. How's the plate looking? I needed to. There was a couple of little logic things that I needed to figure out, but I'm working on the truck alignment system. I didn't click on that, but that doesn't matter.
The Dragon capsule itself is primarily composed of two sections. The capsule, which is that conical top, if you will, section of the vehicle. That's where the crew is at, and there is a bottom cylindrical section. Half of it is covered in solar arrays. That is the trunk section. Both will be docked to the International Space Station. And again, once docked, the Dragon will essentially transition from the solar array power that it's been using for its 20-plus hour journey so far. It will transition from that to power that's fed directly from the International Space Station.
And this is the first space flight for Commander Rajachari.
Commander.
And
Discovery, go at throttle up.
and Matthias Maurer, and then of course Tom Marshburn is a veteran. This is the third spacecraft that he has flown on. I know.
Port,
he's very
we ready for
excited
docking? I'm ready.
Space station.
Yeah, I keep thinking about the video that we saw earlier. They could not get the smiles off their face. Looks like they're really enjoying their time in space. But yeah, 3 rookies, if you will. Just by space experience, they have a ton of leadership and experience here on Earth, but in terms of space travel, this is their first time.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The veteran Thomas Marshburn leading them, so to speak, in terms of space adventures.
Yeah, that's right. We're getting
Port with a 6-monther. Frango at a 13-monther. Let's make it a baker's dozen. Thank you for all you do. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Time we're expecting docking, 5:30 your time. At the 6:33
over the Atlantic Ocean. We'll continue to get views
is
of the
when
International
we're
Space Station
looking.
as well as Dragon as they continue to get closer to one another. We're now about 6 minutes away from the approach initiation burn. Again, that burn expected to last about 90 seconds or a minute and a half to get Dragon to that next milestone.
Yeah, and we can sort of look ahead on what to expect in terms of what happens after the approach initiation burn. After that burn, we are, again, 400 meters away from the International Space
I think this
Station.
alignment system should work just fine.
We will make an approach, hitting checkpoints known as waypoint 1 and 2. Those are at 220 meters and 20 meters.
If desired, reminder to review the impulsive retreat recovery cue cards.
So it looks like we got a call for a nominal approach. Again, nothing but good news so far. But as the Dragon capsule continues its approach, it hits waypoint 1 and 2, so 220 meters away from the International Space Station, and then 20 meters away from the International Space Station. It'll get closer and closer, and then we should hear a call out for CHOP. That stands for Crew Hands-Off Point. At that point, the crew themselves, if they needed to abort for any reason, the Dragon vehicle has to do it autonomously. There are some 3 pedals as part of the soft capture ring that will extend, and they will make contact with the International Space Station. Once it makes contact, it kind of attaches itself to the International Space Station, and then in the same form that it sort of extended from the Dragon.
I'm going to leave myself a to-do list here. And we'll do it after on the other side of docking. Air brake lift jacks will probably be better for lifting in alignment. I'll leave that as a note. And then add alignment robotics to Jeb truck. What else do I need? Obviously, make 3-axis crane. Cool stuff, like decals, maybe. Alright, cool. So, what I'm trying to do, guys, is I'm trying to visualize the docking in my head. So, these things will move up against these I-beams, right? I'm going to make the I-beams overlap just slightly because there's a gap in there if you ain't careful. This will ensure that the docking ports are aligned. And then what I'm thinking is I could just put air brake jacks underneath this, like what we have on the pad, to lift this thing up into position.
Initiation burn start coming up within the next 3 minutes. In the meantime, we have another social media question.
That would probably be a good idea. But if I do that, if I do lift up air brakes, what's stopping the thing from going forward? I'm gonna need something to push the thing backwards as well, like what jet truck would do. Could I see your last? Give me a second. I'm thinking out loud.
Discovery, go at
Twitching,
throttle up.
27-month resub. Thank you.
And of course, they've been
Frick.
growing veggies aboard the International Space Station
Lost
as
my train of
well.
thought.
So all kinds of fun experiments happening aboard the International Space Station.
Yeah, we
Okay, so this thing backs in, it aligns itself, but we're too low. So I could use this thing's jacks to lift it up and dock. That could work, but that might cause these things to break and or drift. Using air brakes to lift the entire payload truck up off the ground might be a good idea to do.
And copy that. Successful intercom checks.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. But if I was going to lift it up with air brake jacks, that's what I was thinking. I would need to push this thing backwards. Because if I lift it right up with air brakes, and it could slide forward and away from the docking port. So I'm going to need something to make sure that I boop the nose or something to push it all the way back so it docks.
About 2 minutes away from that approach initiation burn start now.
Air brake, jack, longitudinal alignment
Okay, and we
is
just received
needed
confirmation that the approach initiation
if
burn is actually
AB
complete now.
jacks are implemented.
That is great news. Again, this puts us about 400 meters
Okay.
below the International Space Station.
Alright guys, I'm going to switch over to this Crew 3 docking coverage. We'll do space news in this. Let's watch NASA put a dock a crew up to the station. NASA and SpaceX. What if the airbrakes near the nose pitch the SSDO up slightly? Could that be enough to have it slide back? Sideways alignment systems and literally copying the pad's alignment system. So sideways alignment, forward and back. Just not exactly in the same spots because we can't put them like right here because the truck is going to need to be there. But they could be like right here and right there. Hook the thing from the sides, right? And then lift it up. Literally the exact same mechanism as the pad. Only the girder segments and the air brakes would just be touching the ground instead. Just like my hydraulics on the pad. It'll work. That'll work. I know that'll work. Worst case scenario, we're off by like 1/10 of a degree, but we should go with what we know. I know that from just what I saw from recovering the SSDO, that trying to jack this thing up and docking to something with these things extended, like that, is going to cause this whole thing to drift out of alignment.
These are the same suit leak checks that were performed in the ONC building as they were getting suited up before launch, as well as when they climbed into Dragon.
Yeah, these suit leak checks are about a couple of minutes. Again, we are basically inflating the suits to a certain pressure, and it just has to hold those pressures for a certain amount of time. And usually, typically, there's a timer standing by that the astronauts can keep track with.
So once we figure that out, Anth, this alignment system should all work really well. And then once the alignment system works well, on the other side of the coverage here, we'll make the crane. This thing should be up and I want this thing up and running by tomorrow. I'm not gonna stop until we at least have a functioning prototype. And when I mean stop the stream. I'm gonna keep. We're going. I gotta get back into the swing of things, man, so we can do operational missions. Because flying this thing is fun. I enjoy it. So I'm gonna switch over to Crew 3 docking coverage now, guys. And we're going to play Kerbal on the other side of it. I don't want to play Satisfactory today. I don't want to play any other After Hours game or whatever. I just want to play KSP. You officially start your new job Monday morning. So hype. That's cool, Nif. Is it just like you said a machine shop, dude. Is it just a, like, what do they specialize in anything? Or is it just kind of like take whatever we can get? If people need us to make a part, we'll make you a part. Sorry for making you lose the train of thought. This was your last, so you don't have to scroll. Thank you. Dumb question. Once Dragon is docked, does the solar panels on Dragon keep the batteries, etc. topped up? No, they basically shut the capsule down except for the lights. Think about, like, if you just turn the car, turn a car key to the accessory position, so like the lights and the radio work, and that's about it.
And again, these suits are very necessary during these dynamic.
There is plugs on the IDSS where it can tap into the ISS's power. Space Shuttle could do the same thing. The Space Shuttle, they hotwired the Space Shuttle to work through the A-Pass port to power systems on the Space Shuttle. It could have been done. Yeah. They didn't really ever have to do it, but it could have been. That shuttle could do that.
also flame and chemical resistance. Again, more safety for the crew. They really are
that's why they have all these damn adapters. Like, they just keep putting adapters on adapter on adapter on adapter because they know that those work. So, you know, you just keep... So, like, the CBM has the PMA attached to it, which has the APAS on it, and then the IDA, which has APAS to IDSS to the Dragon. They know that all that works. It's all tested. Right? So go with what you know, right? That's why... Like, the ISS front forward docking port looks like HDMI converted to Lightning, converted to DVI, converted to SVGA, converted to analog. Like, it has so many adapters on there. But, like I said, you go with what you know works. It's easier to make an adapter with a docking port that you understand, right? With a new docking port on the other end than it is to take the old adapter off, you know, figure out a way to dispose of that thing, however you're going to do that, and then put a new one on. That's a more complicated operation in space. There's no point in doing that.
The updates for the status of the suit link checkouts from the crew here shortly.
Let me mute that. I'm just reconfiguring everything, guys. I gotta move some windows around, like the dono window and stuff.
Again, you're getting a live look inside of Crew Dragon Endurance right now.
What's this, Vulcan?